Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studios. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry inherited the Peverell invisibility cloak at age 9 and haunted the Dursleys like a poltergeist? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Inheritance. Harry Potter had learned long ago that birthdays were nothing special. They were just another day of the calendar, another rotation of the earth around the sun, another year of existence that nobody particularly cared about. His 9th birthday began like all the others, with Aunt Petunia's shrill voice piercing through the thin wood of his cupboard door. Up! Get up! Now! He was already awake. Had been for an hour, actually, lying on the thin mattress with his eyes open in the darkness, thinking about nothing in particular. Thinking was dangerous. It led to questions he couldn't answer and hopes that would only be crushed. Better to just exist, move through the motions, survive another day. I'm up, he called back, his voice rough from disuse. He didn't talk much these days. The lock scraped. Vernon had installed it 2 years ago, after Harry had accidentally ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. Accidental magic, though Harry hadn't known the word for it then. He just knew that sometimes, when he was scared or angry enough, impossible things happened around him. And impossible things made the Dursleys very, very nervous. The door swung open, revealing Aunt Petunia's thin face and narrowed eyes. She looked him over like she was inspecting a particularly unpleasant stain. You have 5 minutes to use the bathroom and get down to the kitchen. There are weeds in the garden that need pulling, and I won't have you lazing about just because. She stopped herself, lips pressing into a thin line. Because it's your birthday. She wouldn't say it. Acknowledging it made it real. Yes, Aunt Petunia. She swept away, and Harry extracted himself from the cupboard, his knees cracking as he stood. He was small for his age, inadequate nutrition would do that, but he'd learned to move quietly, to take up as little space as possible. Invisibility was a survival skill at number 4, Privet Drive. The bathroom was still steamy from Dudley's shower. His cousin went through water like it was going out of style, as if sheer quantity could somehow wash away the spots and the meanness. Harry splashed cold water on his face, looked at himself in the spotted mirror. Green eyes stared back, his mother's eyes, though he'd only learned that from a teacher at school who'd known the Potters, back in the day. She'd climbed up quickly when Aunt Petunia had picked him up that afternoon, but not before Harry had committed every word to memory. Your mother had the most extraordinary green eyes. And your father, such a good man. What a terrible accident. Accident. That was the official story. Car crash. Drunk driver. Nothing supernatural, nothing abnormal, nothing freak about it. Except Harry knew his aunt was lying. He'd always known, the way you know things in your bones before your brain catches up. And over the years, in small moments, he'd caught glimpses of the truth. A letter addressed to his mother in strange handwriting. A photograph Aunt Petunia had burned that showed his parents moving, actually moving, in the frame. The way she flinched whenever Harry did something impossible. They hadn't died in a car crash. Something else had killed them. Something the Dursleys were terrified of. He went downstairs, where breakfast was already underway. The kitchen table groaned under the weight of Dudley's breakfast: eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, pastries, and what looked like an entire chocolate cake left over from yesterday's dinner. Dudley himself was working through it systematically, his piggy eyes tracking Harry's entrance with dull hostility. Morning, Duds, Harry said automatically. Politeness sometimes deflected violence. Dudley grunted through a mouthful of cake. Vernon looked up from his newspaper, his massive face already turning purple. He always looked like he was one minor inconvenience away from a coronary. You. Kitchen garden. Those weeds won't pull themselves. And I want the front walk swept, both cars washed, and the gutters checked. Storm last night might have knocked loose some tiles. It's Sunday, Harry said before he could stop himself. Wrong move. Vernon's newspaper crinkled in his meaty fists. Are you questioning me, boy? No, sir. Just, the neighbors might wonder why. The neighbors, Vernon said with heavy emphasis, will mind their own business, as they always do. And you will do as you're told, or you'll find yourself with no meals for a week. Do I make myself clear? Crystal clear. It was always crystal clear. Harry nodded and turned toward the back door, but Aunt Petunia's voice stopped him. You haven't had breakfast. He turned back, surprised. She never cared about his meals. Can't have you fainting in the garden, she continued, her voice sharp. Draw attention. Here. She thrust a piece of toast at him, barely buttered. That will do. He took it, mumbled his thanks, and escaped to the back garden before Vernon could find another reason to turn purple. The morning air was cool, dew still clinging to the grass. It was actually peaceful out here, before the heat of the day made everything sticky and miserable. Harry worked methodically, pulling weeds from between Aunt Petunia's prize petunias, his mind drifting to nothing in particular. This was his life. This was all his life would ever be. Except, the sound of the mail slot clanging made him look up. Through the kitchen window, he could see Dudley lumber into the hallway, probably hoping for birthday cards. His birthday had been a month ago, some relatives were slow. The fat boy came back empty-handed, looking disappointed. Then Uncle Vernon's bellow shook the windows. Boy! Get in here. Now! Harry's stomach dropped. That tone meant trouble. He dropped the weeds and hurried inside, tracking dirt across Aunt Petunia's pristine floor. She'd make him clean it later, but that didn't matter now. Vernon's tone had been genuinely alarmed, and that was rare enough to be frightening. He found his uncle in the entrance hall, staring at an envelope like it was a live snake. Aunt Petunia stood behind him, one hand pressed to her mouth, her face ashen. Even Dudley had backed away, confused by his parents' reaction. What is this? Vernon demanded, thrusting the envelope at Harry. Harry took it carefully. Heavy paper, cream-colored, with an actual wax seal on the back. The front was addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. His heart hammered. Someone knew where he slept. Someone knew he existed. The wax seal showed an elaborate crest, a shield divided into quarters, each containing a different symbol he didn't recognize. But the letter pressed into the wax was clear enough, a stylized G. Open it, Vernon ordered, his voice strangled. Harry's fingers trembled as he broke the seal. The paper inside was thick, official-looking. He unfolded it and read, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London, England. Dear Mr. Potter, we are writing to inform you that you have reached the age of inheritance for the Peverell Family Trust, established in perpetuity by your ancestor Ignotus Peverell in the year 1292. As the last living descendant of the Peverell line through your paternal line, James Fleamont Potter, the Peverell through his mother's bloodline, you are hereby entitled to the following. 1. Access to Peverell Vault 237-2. All contents therein, including 1 item of significant historical importance. 3. A small monetary inheritance of approximately 5,000 galleons. Please note that due to the sensitive nature of the primary inheritance item, we have taken the liberty of delivering it directly to your place of residence under the strongest security measures. It should arrive within 24 hours of this letter. Furthermore, we must inform you that several parties have expressed interest in this inheritance over the years. We have maintained absolute confidentiality, but now that you have come of age to claim your property, we can no longer prevent interested parties from becoming aware of the transfer. Should you wish to visit Gringotts to discuss your inheritance further, please present this letter at the Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross Road, London. Any member of the wizarding community can direct you from there. We remain your faithful servants, Griphook Senior Account Manager, Peverell Family Trust. The silence in the hallway was absolute. Harry read the letter 3 times, his brain struggling to process the words. Wizarding Bank. Peverell. Magic. Real magic. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. They'd been murdered in a war he was only beginning to understand existed. And he was part of that world. Had always been part of it. No, Aunt Petunia whispered. No, no, no. Not yet. He's too young. They can't. Shut up, woman, Vernon snapped. His face had gone from purple to a worrying shade of gray. They found him. After all our precautions, they found him. Who? Harry asked. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. Who found me? Vernon's small eyes fixed on him with something that might have been fear. Your lot. The freaks. We knew this would happen eventually, but I'd hoped. He cut himself off, jaw working. That inheritance. You can refuse it, can't you? Just. Don't claim it. Don't go to their bank. Pretend you never got this letter. But even as he said it, his eyes dropped to the letter in Harry's hands. To the words, we have taken the liberty of delivering it directly to your place of residence. It's already coming, Harry said softly. Whatever it is, it's already on its way. Aunt Petunia made a small, wounded sound. The cloak. Oh God, it's the cloak, isn't it? I told you we should have moved. I told you we should have left the country, and go where, Petunia? Vernon's voice was harsh. You said yourself, their magic can find anyone. At least here we had. He trailed off, looking at the walls of his house as if they'd betrayed him. What cloak? Harry asked. What are you talking about? Nothing, Vernon said quickly. Nothing you need to worry about. Just some old family heirloom, probably worthless. Don't lie to him, Vernon. Aunt Petunia's voice was sharp. Not about this. She looked at Harry, and for the first time in his memory, she looked at him like he was a person. A dangerous person, perhaps, but a person nonetheless. Your father's family had items. Old things. Powerful things. Things that should have stayed buried. But my father, your father was one of them, she said flatly. A wizard. Your mother too, though she was born normal like me. She chose to join their world, and look where it got her. Dead at 21, and you orphaned, and us stuck with you because of some bloody magical obligation, that's enough. Vernon's voice cracked like a whip. The boy doesn't need to know, he's going to know everything now, isn't he? Petunia shot back. Once that item arrives, once he puts it on, I won't put anything on, Harry said quickly. The fear in her voice was genuine, and after 9 years of reading his aunt's moods to survive, he knew real terror when he saw it. I'll refuse it. I'll send it back. I don't want anything from them. But that was a lie. Even as he said it, he knew it was a lie. Because somewhere deep in his chest, a hungry thing was waking up. A thing that had been starved for answers, for belonging, for proof that he wasn't broken or wrong or freakish. He was magical. He had a heritage. He was someone. You can't refuse it, Aunt Petunia said dully. Magical inheritances don't work that way. Once it's been activated, once it knows its heir, it will find you. It will keep finding you until you accept it or die. Petunia. Vernon looked genuinely shocked. You can't, we agreed never to speak of, what does it matter now? She laughed, a high, brittle sound. They know where he is. They know who he is. Our pretending it's not happening won't change anything. She looked at Harry again, and this time there was something almost like pity in her eyes. Your father's ancestor was named Ignotus Peverell. He lived 700 years ago, and he owned something that made him famous in their world. An invisibility cloak, but not just any cloak. The invisibility cloak. One of 3 objects that together are supposed to make someone the master of death. The words hung in the air like a curse. That's insane, Vernon muttered. Absolutely insane. There's no such thing as, there is in their world, Petunia interrupted. And Harry's about to inherit it. Which means every dark wizard, every collector, every madman who thinks they can cheat death is going to know about it. And they're going to come looking for him. Harry's hands shook. He looked down at the letter, at the official seal, at the word significant historical importance, and several parties have expressed interest. He was 9 years old. He lived in a cupboard. He owned nothing but broken toys stolen from Dudley's second bedroom. And apparently, he was about to inherit an item that would make him a target for the entire magical world. I want it, he heard himself say. 3 heads snapped toward him. I want it, he repeated, louder now. Certainty flowing through him like electricity. You said I can't refuse it anyway. And if people are going to come after me regardless, I'd rather have something to defend myself with. You don't understand what you're saying, Aunt Petunia said. That cloak, it's not just dangerous because others want it. It's dangerous because of what it does to people. Your father's ancestor spent his life hiding from death itself, and he still died in the end. That cloak makes you think you're invincible. Makes you think you can escape consequences. Good, Harry said, surprising himself with the venom in his voice. Maybe I need to feel invincible for once. Maybe I'm tired of being the consequence everyone else escapes from. Dudley made a small, confused sound. He clearly had no idea what was happening, but he recognized the shift in the room's dynamic. Harry, small, weak, nobody Harry, was suddenly the center of attention in a way that made his parents nervous. Vernon found his voice. Now you listen here, boy. I am still the master of this house. If that thing arrives, I'll burn it. I'll destroy it. I won't have dark magic under my roof. You can't destroy it, Petunia said quietly. Items like that, they're indestructible. That's part of what makes them so terrible. Then I'll lock it away. I'll bury it in the garden. It won't matter, Harry said. He didn't know how he knew, but he did. The certainty sat in his chest like a warm coal. It's mine. It's coming to me. And you can't stop it. Vernon's face went from gray to purple again. How dare you, Dad, Dudley said suddenly. Dad, I'm scared. And just like that, Vernon's rage deflated. He looked at his son, saw genuine fear there, and something in him crumpled. It's all right, Dudders. It's all right. We'll figure something out. Maybe we can call someone. There must be someone in their world who handles this sort of thing. You mean someone like Dumbledore? Petunia's voice was acidic. The one who left Harry on our doorstep with a letter and disappeared. The one who never checked on him, never made sure he was safe. That someone? Harry's head snapped up. Dumbledore? Who's Dumbledore? The man who decided you should live with us, Aunt Petunia said. The man who said you'd be safe here, protected by your mother's sacrifice. She laughed again, that same brittle sound. Protected. As if we could protect you from anything. As if we wanted to. The admission hung in the air between them. After 9 years of pretending otherwise, she'd finally said it out loud, they didn't want him. Had never wanted him. Harry found he didn't care. He'd suspected as much for years. Having it confirmed just felt like another weight settling onto his shoulders, one more thing that was true and terrible and unchangeable. When will it arrive? He asked, looking down at the letter. It said within 24 hours. Could be any time, Petunia said. Magical deliveries don't follow normal schedules. As if in response, there was a sharp knock at the front door. Everyone froze. Another knock, more insistent this time. Vernon approached the door like it might explode. He peered through the peephole, then frowned. There's no one there. Open it, Petunia said. It won't matter if you don't. Vernon opened the door. On the doorstep sat a small wooden box, about the size of a shoebox. It was made of dark wood, ebony, maybe, and inlaid with silver runes that seemed to shimmer in the morning light. There was no delivery person, no vehicle, no explanation for how it had arrived. It was just there. Vernon bent to pick it up, but the moment his fingers touched the wood, there was a sharp crack like a spark of static electricity. He yelped and jerked his hand back. "It won't let you touch it," Petunia said. "It's keyed to Harry now." Harry stepped forward, his heart hammering. This was it. This was real. Magic was real, and it was sitting on his doorstep, waiting for him. He knelt down and reached for the box. The wood was warm under his fingers, almost alive. The moment he touched it, the silver runes flared with soft light, and he felt something click into place. Like a key finding its lock. Like a question finally being answered. He picked up the box, it was surprisingly light, and stood. Vernon backed away from him like he was carrying a bomb. "Bring it inside," Aunt Petunia said. "No point in advertising to the whole street." Harry carried the box into the kitchen and set it on the table. Dudley's breakfast was forgotten now, pushed to the side. The four of them stood around the box like it was a corpse they were preparing to bury. "Open it then," Vernon said. "Might as well get it over with." Harry's hands trembled as he found the clasp. It was a simple mechanism, just a small silver catch, but when he pressed it, he felt that same warm sensation. The box recognized him. Accepted him. The lid opened smoothly, without a sound. Inside, folded neatly, was fabric. It looked like liquid silver, like moonlight given form. Even in the harsh fluorescent light of the kitchen, it seemed to glow with its own luminescence. Harry reached in and pulled it out. The cloak unfolded in his hands, weightless and cool. It was made of some material he'd never seen before, not silk, not cotton, something else entirely. The surface seemed to shift and change as he looked at it, never quite settling on a single shade of silver gray. "Put it on," Dudley said, his voice hushed with something like awe. "I want to see if it really makes you invisible." "Don't you dare," Vernon started, but Harry was already swinging the cloak around his shoulders. The moment it settled onto his body, the world changed. Not dramatically. Not with fireworks or explosions or any of the theatrical nonsense Harry had imagined magic might involve. It was subtler than that, stranger than that. He could still see himself, his hands, his body, his scuffed trainers. But at the same time, he knew, with absolute certainty, that no one else could. He'd become something else. Not invisible, exactly. More like he'd stepped sideways from reality, become part of the space between things. And there was something else. A presence. Not a voice, not exactly, but a sense of awareness. Like the cloak was alive in some fundamental way. Like it was watching him, waiting to see what he would do. He looked up at his relatives. Aunt Petunia had gone white as a sheet. Vernon's mouth hung open. Dudley had actually stepped behind his father, peering around his bulk with wide, frightened eyes. "Where did he go?" Dudley whispered. "Dad, where did he go?" "He's still there," Petunia said, her voice shaking. "He's just, invisible." Harry looked down at himself again. Still visible to his own eyes. He reached out and picked up a fork from the table. All three Dursleys jumped as the fork rose into the air, held by invisible hands. Harry set it down gently, carefully. A strange sense of power was building in his chest. Not the angry, explosive magic that sometimes happened when he was scared. This was different. Controlled. Deliberate. He removed the cloak, and reality snapped back into focus. His relatives reappeared in his vision, and from their expressions, he just reappeared in theirs. "Bloody hell," Vernon breathed. "It actually works." "Of course it works," Petunia snapped. "I told you. The Peverell cloak isn't some parlor trick. It's real magic. Old magic. The kind that doesn't fade or fail. Harry folded the cloak carefully, reverently. It felt right in his hands. Like it belonged to him in a way nothing else ever had. "What are you going to do with it?" Dudley asked. He'd emerged from behind his father, curiosity overcoming fear. Harry looked at his cousin. At his uncle. At his aunt. At the three people who'd made his life miserable for 9 years, who'd locked him in a cupboard and fed him scraps and told him he was worthless, freakish, wrong. A slow smile spread across his face. "I'm going to have some fun." That night, after the initial panic had subsided and the Dursleys had spent hours arguing about what to do, call someone, hide it, pretend it never happened, Harry lay in his cupboard with the cloak clutched to his chest. It was well past midnight. The house was silent except for Vernon's snoring and the occasional creak of old wood settling. Harry put on the cloak. The transformation happened again, that sideways step from reality, that sense of becoming part of the shadows. But this time, something else happened too. The cloak seemed to communicate. Not in words, but in feelings, in instincts. Move quietly. Walk with purpose. You are shadow and silence. You are the space between heartbeats. Harry stood up carefully, mindful of the low ceiling. The cupboard door wasn't locked tonight, Vernon had forgotten in his agitation. Harry pushed it open and stepped into the hallway. The stairs loomed before him, and he knew from experience which ones creaked and which ones didn't. He ascended carefully, avoiding the third step, always groaned, skipping the seventh, squeaked, stopping on the landing to listen. Silence. He drifted down the hallway like a ghost. Dudley's second bedroom, the one that held Harry's broken possessions, the ones Dudley had destroyed and discarded, stood open. Harry slipped inside. In the darkness, he could barely make out the shapes of things. A toy soldier with one leg missing. A jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces lost. A small, battered book of fairy tales that had been his mother's, according to the inscription inside, though Aunt Petunia had never let him keep it properly. Harry picked up the book. It was a small thing, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But it was his mother's. She had touched these pages. Maybe she'd read these stories. He clutched it to his chest and made his way back downstairs, back to his cupboard. Once safely inside, he removed the cloak and examined his prize by the thin beam of light filtering under the door. Fairy Tales and Fables for Young Witches and Wizards, the cover proclaimed in faded gold lettering. Harry opened it to the first page. His mother's handwriting, he recognized it from the few photographs he'd seen, flowed across the inside cover, "For Harry, when you're old enough to read them. May you always choose kindness over cleverness, and love over power. Your loving mother, Lily Potter." Something hot and painful lodged in Harry's throat. He pressed the book against his chest and squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself not to cry. Crying was pointless. Crying changed nothing. But his mother had loved him. She'd planned for him to read these stories. She'd wanted him to grow up kind and loving. And instead, he'd grown up locked in a cupboard, unloved and unwanted, learning to be quiet and small and invisible. Well. Now he actually was invisible. And tomorrow, he'd start putting that to good use. Morning came with Aunt Petunia's usual wake-up call. Harry emerged from his cupboard, the cloak safely hidden under his mattress and his mother's book tucked into the waistband of his trousers, hidden by his oversized shirt. Breakfast was tense. Vernon kept glancing at Harry like he expected him to vanish at any moment. Dudley watched him with a mixture of fear and fascination. Aunt Petunia was eerily calm, as if she'd resigned herself to whatever was coming. "You'll go to school as normal today," Vernon announced. "And you won't speak a word of this to anyone. Not your teachers, not other students, no one. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon. And that cloak stays locked in your cupboard when you're not home. I won't have you wandering around invisible, causing problems. How would you know if I was wearing it?" Harry asked mildly. Vernon's face turned purple. Don't get smart with me, boy, I'm just saying, that's the whole point, isn't it? You wouldn't be able to tell. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry met his uncle's eyes steadily, and for the first time in his life, he didn't look away first. Vernon did. Just keep it in the cupboard, he muttered. And try not to use it. These things attract attention. Bad attention. Like the attention from everyone who wants to steal it. Exactly like that. Aunt Petunia's voice was sharp. The letter said interested parties would know about the transfer. That means someone, somewhere, is probably already planning how to get it from you. But they'd have to find me first, Harry said. And I can be very hard to find when I want to be. He smiled at her, and Aunt Petunia actually shivered. School passed in a blur. Harry couldn't focus on lessons, couldn't focus on anything except the knowledge burning in his chest. He was magical. He had power. And tonight, he'd start learning what that power could do. When he returned home, he went through the motions of his afternoon chores, taking out the bins, sweeping the drive, pulling weeds. But his mind was elsewhere, planning. The Dursleys had made his life miserable for 9 years. 9 years of cruelty, neglect, and casual abuse. 9 years of being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden. He couldn't hurt them, he wasn't a monster, and some part of him still remembered his mother's inscription, "May you always choose kindness over cleverness." But he could scare them. He could make them understand what it felt like to be powerless in your own home. That night, after the house fell silent, Harry put on the cloak and went to work. He started simple. Opened the cupboard under the stairs where Aunt Petunia kept her cleaning supplies, removed every single bottle and container, and arranged them in a perfect circle in the middle of the kitchen floor. Then he went upstairs to Dudley's room. His cousin was snoring, dead to the world. Harry carefully removed every toy from the shelves and stacked them in a pyramid on Dudley's desk, each one balanced perfectly on top of the one below. In the master bedroom, he found Vernon and Petunia's wedding photo on the dresser. He turned it to face the wall. Small things. Harmless things. But tomorrow morning, the Dursleys would wake up to a house that had rearranged itself in the night, and they'd know exactly who was responsible. Harry returned to his cupboard, removed the cloak, and fell asleep with a smile on his face for the first time in recent memory. Aunt Petunia's scream woke the entire house. Harry listened from his cupboard as chaos erupted upstairs. Vernon's heavy footsteps thundered on the stairs. Dudley's whimpering joined the cacophony. "What is it?" Vernon bellowed. "What's wrong?" "The kitchen." Petunia's voice was shrill with panic. "Vernon, the kitchen." Harry waited a few more seconds, timing it carefully, then emerged from his cupboard as if he'd just been woken up. He padded into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes theatrically. The three Dursleys stood frozen, staring at the circle of cleaning supplies. In the morning light streaming through the window, it looked almost ritualistic, like some kind of bizarre summoning circle. "What's going on?" Harry asked innocently. Three heads swiveled toward him. Vernon's face was already approaching dangerous levels of purple. "You," he growled. "This was you. I was asleep in my cupboard. How could I have done this? With that bloody cloak?" Vernon advanced on him, fists clenched. "You put it on and crept around our house in the middle of the night, didn't you? Rearranging things, trying to scare us. Vernon, look." Petunia pointed at the ceiling. They all looked up. Someone had stuck Dudley's gold star stickers, the ones his teachers gave him for basic tasks, to the ceiling in the shape of a smiley face. Harry had to bite his cheek to keep from laughing. "This isn't funny." Vernon roared. "This is our home. You can't just what?" Harry asked, his voice hardening. "Can't just move things around? Change the arrangement without permission? Make people feel uncomfortable in their own space?" He paused. "That's rich, coming from you." "How dare you? You locked me in a cupboard," Harry said flatly. For 9 years. You gave me scraps while Dudley got feasts. You made me sleep under the stairs while he got 2 bedrooms. Don't talk to me about respect for homes. The silence that followed was absolute. Even Vernon seemed struck speechless by the sudden venom in Harry's voice. This is different, Petunia finally said. That cloak, it's making you cruel. The cloak isn't making me anything, Harry shot back. I'm just tired of being invisible in the ways that don't matter and visible in all the ways that do. He looked at each of them in turn. You wanted me to be invisible. Congratulations. You got your wish. But now I get to choose when and how I appear. He turned and walked back to his cupboard, leaving the 3 Dursleys staring after him in shocked silence. Inside the cramped space, Harry sat down on his mattress and took a deep breath. His hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the sheer rush of finally standing up to them. The cloak lay folded beside him, that strange silver-gray material seeming to pulse with approval. Good, it seemed to whisper. You understand now. Power isn't just about being unseen. It's about choosing when to be seen, and on whose terms. Harry picked up the cloak, ran his fingers over the impossibly smooth fabric. We're going to do great things together, he murmured. Aren't we? The cloak, of course, didn't answer. But Harry could swear he felt it agree. The next week established a pattern. Each night, Harry would don the cloak and rearrange something in the house. Nothing destructive, he wasn't interested in breaking things. But he'd move furniture, rearrange books, swap photographs, reorganize cupboards. The Dursleys tried everything. Vernon installed new locks on Harry's cupboard, but locks meant nothing when you could turn invisible. Aunt Petunia tried staying awake to catch him, but she always fell asleep eventually, and Harry was patient. Dudley begged his parents to make it stop, increasingly paranoid that the ghost would target him directly. Harry made sure Dudley's fears weren't entirely unfounded. Toys would migrate across the room while the fat boy slept. His carefully organized video game collection would be alphabetized differently each morning. Once, Harry stacked every single one of Dudley's stuffed animals on top of his dresser, all facing the bed, their button eyes staring down at him. Dudley started sleeping with the lights on. The house at number 4, Privet Drive, became a place of tension and fear. The Dursleys jumped at shadows. They snapped at each other. Vernon's blood pressure climbed to dangerous levels. Petunia developed a nervous habit of constantly checking over her shoulder. And Harry? Harry felt more alive than he ever had before. But it wasn't just about revenge. Each night, as he moved through the house like a ghost, the cloak taught him things. Not in words, but in feelings, in instincts that settled into his bones. How to move without sound. How to be aware of every person in a space without looking directly at them. How to understand the flow of attention, the patterns of behavior, the weak points in security. The cloak was more than just an invisibility device. It was a teacher, and Harry was an eager student. 2 weeks after the inheritance, Mrs. Figg appeared at the front door. Harry answered it. He'd been pulling weeds in the front garden again, and found the old woman looking at him with unusual intensity. Mrs. Figg, he said politely. She'd always been kind to him, if a bit eccentric. Is everything all right? That's what I came to ask you, dear. Her voice was kind, but her eyes were sharp. There's been unusual activity in this neighborhood. Magical activity. Harry's heart skipped. I don't know what you mean. I think you do. She glanced past him, into the house, then lowered her voice. May I come in? I think we need to have a talk. A proper talk. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Aunt Petunia's at the grocery store with Dudley. Uncle Vernon's at work. It's just me. Perfect. She followed him inside, her eyes taking in every detail of the house. When Harry led her to the kitchen, she sat down at the table with a heavy sigh. Tea. Harry offered automatically. Please. 2 sugars, splash of milk. He made the tea, he'd learned how years ago, it was one of his regular chores, and set a cup in front of her. She wrapped her wrinkled hands around it and studied him over the rim. You received an inheritance, she said finally. 2 weeks ago. From Gringotts. Harry's blood ran cold. How did you? I'm a squib, dear. Do you know what that means? He shook his head. It means I was born into a magical family, but I have no magic of my own. I can see magic, sense it, exist in the magical world, but I can't do spells or fly on broomsticks or any of the fun bits. She smiled sadly. I was placed here by Albus Dumbledore, to keep an eye on you. Make sure you were safe. Harry felt like the floor had dropped out from under him. You've been spying on me. Watching over you, she corrected gently. There's a difference. Though I'll admit, I haven't done a very good job of it. I reported that you were healthy and adequately cared for, because that's what I could see from the outside. I didn't realize. She trailed off, her eyes landing on the cupboard under the stairs. That's where you sleep, isn't it? Harry said nothing. Mrs. Figg closed her eyes briefly. I should have looked closer. Should have asked more questions. I'm sorry, Harry. The apology, unexpected and genuine, made something in Harry's chest loosen slightly. The inheritance, she continued. What did you receive? He considered lying, but what would be the point? She clearly already knew something. An invisibility cloak. From my father's family. The Peverell cloak. Her voice was barely a whisper. Oh, Harry. Do you understand what you have? Aunt Petunia said it's one of 3 objects that make someone the master of death. The Deathly Hallows. Mrs. Figg set down her teacup with a shaking hand. I thought they were legends. Stories to scare children and tantalize treasure hunters. But if you truly have the Peverell cloak. She looked at him with something like fear. You're in danger, Harry. Serious danger. From who? From everyone who wants what you have. She leaned forward. The Hallows are legendary. People have searched for them for centuries. Dark wizards, scholars, collectors, anyone who dreams of mastering death. And now you, a 9-year-old boy living with muggles, have one of them. When word gets out, it already has, Harry interrupted. The letter from Gringotts said interested parties would be notified. Mrs. Figg's face went pale. Then we have even less time than I thought. She stood up abruptly. I need to contact Dumbledore. He needs to arrange better protection, maybe move you somewhere safer. No. The word came out harder than Harry intended. Mrs. Figg stopped, looking at him with surprise. No, Harry repeated. I'm not going anywhere. And I'm not giving up the cloak. Harry, you don't understand, I understand perfectly. He met her eyes steadily. For 9 years, I've been powerless. For 9 years, I've been at the mercy of people who hated me for existing. And now, finally, I have something. Something that's mine, something that makes me strong. I'm not giving that up. Strength isn't just about power, dear, easy to say when you're not the one sleeping in a cupboard. The words hit like a slap. Mrs. Figg flinched, and Harry felt a twinge of guilt. She'd apologized. She'd admitted she should have done more. She was trying to help now. But the anger in his chest wouldn't subside completely. Too many years of neglect, too many adults who should have helped and didn't. I'm sorry, he said, though he didn't entirely mean it. But I'm keeping the cloak. If people are coming after me, then I need it more than ever. At least this way I have a chance. A chance to what? Fight dark wizards. You're 9 years old. A chance to survive. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. With or without help. With or without protection. I'm keeping what's mine. Mrs. Figg studied him for a long moment, and Harry saw her recognize something in his expression. Determination that had been forged in years of hardship. A spine that had been strengthened by constant pressure. "You're so much like your mother," she said finally. She had that same look when she'd made up her mind about something. Stubborn as a mule, brilliant as the sun. She sighed. "All right. I can't force you to give up your inheritance. But I am going to contact Dumbledore. He needs to know about this. Will he try to take it from me?" "I don't know," she admitted. "Albus is complicated. He always has reasons for what he does, but he doesn't always share them. And he has a tendency to make decisions for people, for their own good, without asking what they actually want." "Then I won't trust him," Harry said simply. "Probably wise." Mrs. Figg moved toward the door, then paused. "Harry. If you ever need help, real help, not someone trying to control you, come to my house. I may not have magic, but I have contacts. People in the magical world who can advise you, teach you, keep you safe without trying to take what's yours. Why would you help me?" "Because I should have been helping you all along." Her voice was heavy with regret. "Let me do better now than I did then." After she left, Harry stood in the kitchen for a long time, thinking. The game had changed. It wasn't just him versus the Dursleys anymore. The magical world knew he existed, knew he had something valuable, and they'd be coming for him. He needed to be ready. That night, instead of playing Ghost in the Dursleys' house, Harry put on the cloak and slipped outside. The neighborhood was quiet, houses dark, streets empty. Harry walked down Privet Drive, invisible and silent, and for the first time in his life, he felt truly free. No one could see him. No one could stop him. He could go anywhere, do anything. The power was intoxicating. He walked for hours, exploring Little Whinging in ways he'd never been allowed to before. Past the park where Dudley's gang usually beat up smaller kids. Past the shops that closed before the Dursleys ever let him go anywhere. Past the library he'd always wanted to visit but had been forbidden from entering. The library. Harry stopped, staring at the dark building. Aunt Petunia had forbidden him from getting a library card, said he'd just waste time reading nonsense when he should be doing chores. But she wasn't here now. And invisible people didn't need library cards. He approached the building carefully. The doors were locked, naturally, but there was a small window around the back that someone had left open a crack. Harry slipped through, being small had some advantages, and found himself in the dark interior of the library. Rows and rows of books stretched before him. Knowledge. Information. Stories and facts and answers to questions he'd been asking his entire life. Harry removed the cloak carefully, folding it and tucking it into his shirt. He needed light to read, and he'd rather do this visible, in his own power. He spent hours there, pulling books off shelves, reading by the emergency lighting that never quite went out. Books about magic, no, those were just fairy tales. Books about history. Science. Mathematics. Everything he'd been too behind in school to understand properly, because the Dursleys never helped with homework and teachers assumed he was simply stupid. He wasn't stupid. He was just hungry, for food, for knowledge, for anything that made sense of the world. When dawn started to lighten the windows, Harry carefully reshelved the books, put the cloak back on, and slipped out the way he'd come in. He made it back to number 4 just as Aunt Petunia's alarm clock started ringing upstairs. In his cupboard, removing the cloak, Harry made a decision. The cloak wasn't just for scaring the Dursleys. It was for learning. For growing. For becoming someone who could stand up to whatever was coming. The magical world wanted his inheritance. They'd have to go through him first. And he was going to make sure that was a lot harder than they expected. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Poltergeist of Privet Drive. 3 weeks after the inheritance arrived, Vernon Dursley was falling apart. His co-workers had noticed. Hard not to, really, when a man who prided himself on punctuality and presentation showed up to work with mismatched socks, bags under his eyes deep enough to pack luggage in, and a nervous twitch that made him jump every time someone entered his office. "Everything all right at home, Vernon?" his boss had asked that morning, concern edging into his voice. "Fine," Vernon had lied through his teeth. "Perfectly fine. Just fine." Nothing was fine. The house had become a battlefield, and they were losing. Every morning brought new evidence of nocturnal rearrangements. The boy, that freakish, impossible boy, had turned their lives into a waking nightmare, and there wasn't a damn thing they could do about it. Well, Vernon thought as he pulled into the driveway that evening, perhaps there was one thing. He'd made some calls. Discreet calls, to people who dealt with unusual problems. An exorcist was scheduled to visit tomorrow, and if that didn't work, Vernon had the number of a specialist who claimed to handle supernatural home invasions. He parked in the garage and sat in the car for a moment, steeling himself for whatever waited inside. The front door was unlocked. That was wrong immediately. Petunia always locked it during the day, paranoid about burglars ever since the incidents had started. Vernon stepped inside cautiously. "Petunia. I'm home." Silence. His stomach clenched. "Petunia. Dudley. In here." Her voice came from the sitting room, thin and strained. Vernon found his wife and son sitting on the couch, staring at the wall above the fireplace. Following their gaze, he saw what had captured their attention. Every single family photograph had been removed from its frame. The frames themselves remained on the walls and shelves, but the photographs were gone. In their place, in every single frame, was the same image, a pressed lily flower. Vernon's blood turned to ice. "Lily," Petunia whispered. Her name was Lily. "I know what her bloody name was," Vernon snapped, though his voice shook. "Where's the boy?" "Cupboard." Petunia hadn't moved, hadn't looked away from the flowers. "He came home from school, saw this, and locked himself in there. Said he didn't do it. Of course he did it. Who else?" He was crying, Vernon. Now she did look at him, and her eyes were haunted. Really crying. Said he'd never take down the photographs, would never use his mother's name like this. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "What if someone else is doing this? What if the cloak is attracting something worse than just treasure hunters?" Vernon had no answer for that. He crossed to the cupboard under the stairs and knocked sharply. "Boy. Out. Now." The lock clicked. When had they started locking him in from the inside? And Harry emerged. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face blotchy. He looked genuinely distressed. "I didn't do this," he said immediately. "I swear. I was at school all day, you can ask my teachers." "Then who did?" "I don't know." Harry's voice cracked. "But it wasn't me. I wouldn't, my mum." He trailed off, wiping his nose on his sleeve. Vernon studied the boy. He'd gotten good at reading Harry over the years, learned to spot the lies and evasions. This didn't feel like lying. The boy looked genuinely upset, genuinely confused. Which meant someone else had been in their house. Someone else with access to magic. "Right," Vernon said, his voice hollow. "Right. Everyone upstairs. We're sleeping with doors locked tonight. All of us." They trudged upstairs like refugees fleeing a disaster, and in a way, they were. Their home, Vernon's castle, his sanctuary from the world, had been invaded by forces he couldn't understand or control. In the master bedroom, with the door locked and a chair wedged under the handle, Vernon and Petunia lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. "We need to send him away," Petunia whispered. "It's not safe. Not for us, not for him." "Where would we send him?" "You said yourself, their magic can track him anywhere." "Then we ask for help. Real help. From their side." Vernon grunted. The thought of inviting more freaks into his home made his skin crawl. But what choice did they have? Downstairs, in his cupboard, Harry lay awake with the cloak clutched in his hands. He hadn't done it. Hadn't touched the photographs, hadn't left the flowers. The cloak would have warned him if someone else had been in the house, it always did, that subtle sense of presence that had become second nature to him. Which meant whoever had done this had magic powerful enough to bypass the cloak's awareness. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, he felt a cold, calculating calm settle over his mind. Someone was watching him. Someone had been inside his house. And they'd chosen to send a message using his mother's name. That made it personal. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with the sense the cloak had been teaching him, that awareness of magic and presence. At first, there was nothing, just the familiar signatures of the Dursleys above him, their mundane human existence. Then, at the very edge of his perception, he felt it. A thread of magic, thin as spider silk, leading away from the house. A tracking charm, maybe. Or a monitoring spell. Someone was watching. Harry smiled in the darkness. Two could play that game. The next morning brought the exorcist. Father Benedict was a thin, nervous man with thinning hair and wire-rimmed spectacles. He arrived carrying a worn leather case and an expression that suggested he already regretted taking this job. Vernon had met him at the door before Harry came down for breakfast. "Thank you for coming, Father. As I explained on the phone, we've been experiencing disturbances. Poltergeist activity, you said." Father Benedict's voice was soft, almost apologetic. "I have to tell you, Mr. Dursley, most cases of supposed supernatural activity have natural explanations. Settling foundations, temperature changes, even stress can cause." "Our family photographs were replaced with flowers," Vernon interrupted. "All of them. Overnight. While we were all asleep." Father Benedict blinked. "All of them? Every single one?" The priest's expression shifted from skeptical to uneasy. "I see. May I examine the house?" They were in the sitting room when Harry came downstairs, drawn by the sound of unfamiliar voices. He stopped in the doorway, taking in the scene, Uncle Vernon looking haggard, Aunt Petunia wringing her hands, a strange man in dark clothes pulling out what looked like religious items from his case. "What's going on?" Harry asked. "None of your concern, boy," Vernon snapped. "Get back to your, wait." Father Benedict had turned to look at Harry, and his eyes widened. You're the child who lives here." "Yes," Harry said warily. The priest crossed the room quickly, knelt down to Harry's eye level. Up close, Harry could see the man was sweating, his hands trembling slightly. "Son, I need you to tell me the truth. Have you been playing tricks on your family? Moving things, hiding items?" Harry considered lying. But something about the priest's earnest concern made him answer honestly. "Sometimes. But I didn't do the thing with the photographs. That wasn't me." Father Benedict's eyes flicked to Vernon. "He's been moving things." "How?" "He's got something," Vernon said through gritted teeth. "An item. Makes him invisible. An invisibility device." The priest's voice rose slightly. "That's not supernatural, it's magic," Petunia said flatly. "Real magic. The boy's parents were magical, and he inherited something from them. We're not dealing with a normal poltergeist, Father. We're dealing with wizard business." Father Benedict stood slowly, backing toward the door. "I think you've been misinformed about my services. I perform blessings, investigate supposed hauntings. I don't deal with." He waved vaguely at Harry. "Whatever this is. You need to contact someone from your boys' community. This is beyond my expertise." "Wait," Vernon started, but the priest was already heading for the door. "I'm sorry," Father Benedict said, not sounding sorry at all. But this is out of my depth. Way out. Good luck to you all. The door shut behind him with decisive finality. Vernon turned on Harry with murder in his eyes. This is your fault. All of it. You and that cursed cloak. I told you, I didn't do the photographs. Then who did? Vernon roared. Who else could it be? Maybe whoever the bank warned me about, Harry shot back. The interested parties who want the cloak. Maybe they're trying to scare me into giving it up, or trying to see what I'll do. The logic of it stopped Vernon's tirade. His face shifted from rage to a sick realization. You think someone's been in our house? Watching us? I know someone has. Harry pulled the cloak from where he'd tucked it under his shirt. The cloak can sense magic. There's a tracking spell on the house. Has been since yesterday morning, probably. Someone's monitoring us. Petunia made a small, terrified sound. Where? Where is it? Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with that sixth sense the cloak had developed in him. Front door. No, wait, his eyes snapped open. It's on Aunt Petunia. The charm is on you. She went white as chalk. On me? How? When did you leave the house yesterday? Grocery shopping. Morning. Did anyone talk to you? Touch you? Bump into you? Her hands flew to her neck, her sleeves, frantically searching for something that wasn't there. There was a man. In the produce section. He asked me about the tomatoes, wanted to know if they were any good. He touched my arm. Just briefly, when I was pointing to the good ones. What did he look like? Harry pressed. Tall. Dark hair. Well dressed. He had these very intense eyes, gray, or maybe blue. He seemed normal, just a regular shopper. Nothing about this is normal, Vernon interrupted. Can you remove it? The tracking spell? Harry looked at the cloak in his hands. I don't know. The cloak can sense magic, but I haven't learned how to counter it yet. Then we go to that fig woman, Petunia said decisively. She said she had contacts in their world. Maybe one of them can help. They trooped next door like a delegation visiting a hostile nation. Mrs. Fig answered after the third knock, her expression shifting from surprise to concern as she took in their collective appearance. My goodness. What's happened? We need help, Petunia said without preamble. Magical help. Mrs. Fig ushered them inside quickly, glancing up and down the street before shutting the door. Her house smelled of cats and cabbage, and every available surface held photographs of felines in various poses. Sit, she ordered, and they sat. Even Vernon obeyed, too rattled to protest. Now. Tell me everything. Harry did most of the talking, explaining about the photographs, the flowers, the tracking charm. Mrs. Fig's expression grew graver with each detail. Show me, she said when he finished. Harry put on the cloak and reached out with his senses. The thread of magic was still there, still pulsing with subtle information. He followed it to Aunt Petunia, saw where it anchored to her, a small charm, invisible to normal sight, clinging to the fabric of her cardigan just below the shoulder. He removed the cloak and pointed. There. Can you see it? Mrs. Fig squinted. No. But I can feel it, now that I know where to look. There's a warmth there, isn't there, Petunia? Just slightly warmer than the rest of your clothes. Petunia touched the spot and nodded, eyes wide. Don't touch it directly, Mrs. Fig warned. Tracking charms can have nasty side effects if you try to remove them without proper knowledge. She stood, moving to a cluttered desk in the corner. I'm going to send some messages. I know a few people who might be able to help, but they'll need to come here. Is that acceptable? Vernon looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, but he nodded. Just, make this stop. I'll do my best. She pulled out paper and a pen, not a quill, Harry noted with interest, which suggested she did things the Muggle way, and began writing rapidly. This might take a few hours. Why don't you all go home, try to act normal. Don't let on that you know about the charm. Whoever placed it is probably monitoring for exactly that kind of reaction. Back at number 4, they attempted normalcy. Vernon went to work late. Petunia started preparing lunch with shaking hands. Dudley retreated to his bedroom, unusually quiet. Harry returned to his cupboard, but his mind was racing. Someone had tracked Aunt Petunia. Someone had been in the house, or at least close enough to plant a charm. And they'd left those flowers as a message. But what message? He pulled out his mother's fairy tale book, the one he'd reclaimed from Dudley's room that first night with the cloak. Maybe there was something in there, some clue about what his mother would have wanted him to know. He flipped through the pages, past tales of brave knights and clever princesses, until he found a story he hadn't read before. It was tucked near the back, the pages slightly stuck together as if someone had spilled something on them long ago. The Tale of the Three Brothers. Harry's breath caught. This was it, the story about the Deathly Hallows. He read quickly, absorbing every word. 3 brothers who cheated death and received gifts, a wand, a stone, and a cloak. The first brother, arrogant with his unbeatable wand, was murdered in his sleep. The second brother, desperate to reunite with his lost love, used the stone to bring her back, but she was cold and distant, trapped between worlds. He killed himself to truly join her. Only the third brother, who took the cloak and used it to hide from death, lived to old age. When he was ready, he removed the cloak, greeted death as an old friend, and went gladly. Harry stared at the final illustration, a hunched old man handing his cloak to a young son, while a dark figure waited patiently in the background. Death is patient, the caption read. He can wait for those wise enough to accept his friendship. There was a note in the margin, in his mother's handwriting, remember, Harry, the wise man knew when to hide and when to emerge. The cloak was never meant for running away forever. Only for surviving long enough to live fully. Harry closed the book slowly, his mother's words echoing in his mind. He'd been using the cloak to hide, to take revenge, to scare the Dursleys. But was that what it was for? Was that the lesson he was supposed to learn? A knock on the front door interrupted his thoughts. He heard Aunt Petunia answer, heard unfamiliar voices, multiple people, by the sound of it. Harry tucked the book under his mattress and emerged from the cupboard. The entrance hall was crowded. Mrs. Fig stood just inside the door with 3 other people, a tall black woman in deep purple robes, a short man with wild gray hair and half-moon spectacles, and a younger woman with bright pink hair and a leather jacket. Harry, Mrs. Fig said. These are friends of mine from the magical community. This is Amelia Bones, she works for magical law enforcement. This is Professor Flitwick, he teaches at Hogwarts. And this is Nymphadora Tonks, she's training to be an Auror, that's like a magical police officer. Just Tonks, the pink-haired woman said with a grin. Nymphadora is a mouthful and I hate it. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter, Professor Flitwick said in a surprisingly deep voice for such a small man. He bowed slightly. Your mother was one of my favorite students. Brilliant with charms. You knew my mum. Harry's voice came out smaller than he intended. Indeed I did. A remarkable witch, and a kinder soul you couldn't hope to meet. His expression sobered. Mrs. Fig explained the situation. May I examine the tracking charm? Aunt Petunia stepped forward reluctantly, and Flitwick pulled out a wand, an actual wand, thin and swishy looking. He waved it in a complex pattern around her shoulder, muttering under his breath. Interesting, he said after a moment. Very interesting indeed. Can you remove it? Vernon demanded. Oh yes, quite easily. But I'd recommend we don't. Not yet. What? Vernon's face started to purple. Why the hell not? Amelia Bones stepped forward. She had a presence about her, an authority that made even Vernon fall silent. Because, Mr. Dursley, whoever placed this charm is clearly interested in Harry and his inheritance. If we remove it suddenly, they'll know they've been discovered. Better to use it to our advantage. Our advantage how? Harry asked. Tonks grinned. We feed them false information, see what they do with it. Classic misdirection. But they've already been in our house, Petunia protested. What if they come back? They won't need to, Flitwick said. This charm transmits sound and general location. Whoever placed it can hear conversations within about 20 feet of your wife, Mr. Dursley. That's how they knew about the house, the cloak, everything. The implications hit Harry like a truck. Every conversation they'd had since yesterday morning, the exorcist, the arguments, everything, someone had been listening. So what do we do? He asked. Amelia Bones looked at him with something like respect. We set a trap, Mr. Potter. Would you be willing to help us catch whoever is stalking your family? Harry thought of the lily flowers. The violation of his home. The fear in his aunt's eyes, fear he'd caused some of, yes, but not all of it. Yes, he said firmly. What do you need me to do? First, we need to identify who we're dealing with. Bones pulled a small mirror from her robes. Professor Flitwick, can you trace the charm's destination? Give me a moment. Flitwick waved his wand again, more intricately this time. Silver threads appeared in the air, extending from Petunia's shoulder and snaking out through the wall. There. The receiving end is, one moment, approximately 3 miles northwest. Moving slowly. Likely in a vehicle. Can you be more specific? Flitwick's brow furrowed with concentration. The magical signature is, old family magic. Pure blood, certainly. There's a taste of, books. Scholarship. This person has been around a lot of old magic, studied it extensively. A researcher. Tonks suggested. Or a collector, Bones said grimly. Someone who knows enough about the Hallows to want them. She looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, your inheritance letter mentioned increased security measures. Did Gringotts say anything else about who might be interested? Harry shook his head. Just that several parties had expressed interest over the years. That doesn't narrow it down much, Tonks said. The Deathly Hallows are legendary. Half the pure-blood families in Britain have some ancestor who searched for them. But not all of them would be bold enough to track a child, Bones countered. This suggests someone desperate, or someone who believes they have a legitimate claim. She turned back to Flitwick. Can you identify the family from the magical signature? Not conclusively. But there's something familiar about it. Give me time, I might be able to cross-reference it with historical records. Do it. In the meantime, Bones looked at the Dursleys and Harry. We need to stage a conversation. Something that will draw our stalker into making a move. Like what? Vernon asked. Like Harry expressing fear about the cloak, Bones said. Saying he wants to get rid of it, that it's too dangerous to keep. We make our stalker think the boy is about to give up his inheritance. Harry's hands clenched. And then what? Then we see who comes to collect it, Tonks said. And we'll be ready for them. It was a good plan. A logical plan. But something about it made Harry's skin crawl. The idea of pretending to give up the cloak, even falsely, felt wrong. What if they don't fall for it? He asked. Then we try something else, Bones said. But I suspect they will. Whoever this is, they've been patient. Watching, waiting, tracking. That suggests they're looking for an opportunity, a moment of weakness. We give them one. Harry looked at the cloak, still tucked under his shirt. He could feel its presence, warm against his skin, like it was listening to the conversation. Trust them, it seemed to whisper. But verify. All right, Harry said. When do we do this? Now, Bones said. Mrs. Fig, perhaps you should step outside. Make it seem like this is a private family discussion. Mrs. Fig nodded and slipped out the back door. Flitwick and Tonks moved into the sitting room, out of immediate sight but close enough to respond if needed. Bones stayed in the hallway, positioning herself where she could see but not be seen. Ready, she mouthed. Harry took a breath and nodded. Then, in a voice loud enough to carry but not so loud as to seem suspicious, he said, I can't do this anymore. Vernon picked up his cue. What are you talking about, boy? The cloak. Having it. Someone's watching us, someone's been in our house, and it's my fault. Because of this stupid inheritance. Harry, Aunt Petunia started, then stopped. She was a terrible actress, but desperation lent her words authenticity. You can't give it up. It's from your family. My family's dead. Harry let real emotion color his voice, it wasn't hard. And keeping this thing is just going to get more people hurt. Or worse. He pulled the cloak out and held it up, silver gray fabric shimmering in the dim light. Maybe Mrs. Fig was right. Maybe I should just give it to someone who can keep it safe. Someone from the magical world, someone who knows what they're doing. Where would you even take it? Vernon asked. His acting was even worse than Petunia's, but the words served their purpose. That Gringotts Bank, maybe. The one that sent the letter. I could go there, tell them I don't want it anymore, ask them to lock it away forever. Silence. They waited, the trap laid. In the sitting room, Flitwick suddenly stiffened. His wand moved in quick, sharp gestures. They've taken the bait, he called softly. The tracking charm just transmitted a burst of information. Much more than usual, whoever's on the other end is very interested in what they just heard. Bones nodded, satisfied. Good. Now we wait and see what, a sharp crack echoed from the front garden. Everyone froze. Harry recognized the sound, he'd heard it once before, when Mrs. Fig's contact had arrived. Someone had just operated onto the property. That was fast, Tonks muttered, pulling out her wand. Bones was already moving. Flitwick, shield the family. Tonks, with me. Harry, stay behind the professor. But Harry's instincts, honed by weeks with the cloak, were screaming danger. He threw the cloak around his shoulders and vanished just as the front door exploded inward. The man who stepped through the smoking doorway was tall and aristocratic, with sharp features and cold gray eyes. He wore expensive robes, dark green trimmed with silver, and carried a wand that looked old enough to be an heirloom. Good afternoon, he said pleasantly, as if he hadn't just blown apart someone's front door. My name is Corvus Knott. I'm here for the Peverell cloak. Bones had her wand trained on him. You're trespassing on Muggle property and you've just destroyed private property. I suggest you leave immediately. I suggest you stand aside, Madam Bones. Knott's voice remained pleasant, but his wand moved in a lazy figure eight. I have no quarrel with the DMLE. My business is with the boy. Your business is assault and stalking a minor, Bones shot back. Put down your wand and come quietly, or what? You'll arrest me? Knott smiled. On what grounds? I've broken no magical laws. The boy's inheritance is a matter of public record, and I merely expressed interest in discussing it with him. By tracking his aunt? By breaking into his home? Tracking? Knott raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. And as for breaking in, the door was open. He was lying, Harry realized from his invisible vantage point near the stairs. Lying smoothly and completely, the way someone lies who's had a lot of practice. Tonks had flanked to the side, her wand also raised. 2 against 1, mate. And we're both trained aurors. You want to test those odds? Ah, but who said I was alone? 2 more cracks echoed, one from the back garden and one from upstairs. Vernon yelped as a woman in black robes appeared in the kitchen doorway. Dudley screamed from his bedroom. "My associates," Nott said calmly. "We really do prefer to do this civilly. Just hand over the cloak, and we'll leave without further incident." Flitwick had thrown up a shimmering barrier around the Dursleys, but his attention was split between the threat in front and the ones to the sides. Harry could see the strain on the small professor's face. They were outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Harry made a decision. He pulled off the cloak and stepped into view at the top of the stairs. "You want the cloak? Come and get it." Every head turned toward him. "Harry, no!" Bones shouted. But Harry was already moving. He threw the cloak back on and ran, not down the stairs toward the fight, but up, toward Dudley's room. He burst through the door to find his cousin backed into a corner, a thin man in grey robes advancing on him. "Found you," the man said, then blinked as Harry materialized. What? Harry didn't think. Didn't plan. Just acted on pure instinct. He grabbed Dudley's desk lamp and swung it hard at the man's head. The man went down with a satisfying thud. "Come on." Harry grabbed Dudley's arm and hauled him toward the window. His cousin was dead weight, frozen with fear. "Move, Dudley." "We're on the second floor," Dudley whimpered. "Then we're going to have to jump." Downstairs, the sound of spellfire echoed. Flashes of light visible through the floorboards. Shouts. A crash as something expensive shattered. Harry threw open the window and looked down. The roof of the garage extended below them, slanted but not too steep. If they could get onto that, they could slide down to the garden. "I can't," Dudley sobbed. "You can, or that man wakes up and hurts us both." Harry swung himself onto the windowsill. "I'll go first. Count to 3, then follow." He jumped. The garage roof rushed up to meet him. He hit hard, slid, scrabbled for purchase on the shingles. His shoulder screamed in pain, but he managed to stop himself before sliding off the edge. "Okay," he called up. "Your turn." Dudley appeared at the window, his face white as paste. "Harry, 3 seconds, Dudley, or I'm leaving you." 1, Dudley whispered. 2. He screwed his eyes shut. 3. He jumped. Harry caught him, or tried to. They both went sliding down the roof, a tangle of limbs and panic. They hit the edge, flipped over, and landed in Aunt Petunia's prize petunias with a crash that knocked all the air from Harry's lungs. For a moment, he couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Then Dudley was pulling at him, crying openly now. Get up, we have to hide." Harry staggered to his feet. The back door to the house burst open and the woman in black robes appeared, her wand sweeping the garden. "There," she shouted. Harry grabbed the cloak, he'd somehow kept hold of it during the fall, and threw it over both himself and Dudley. The world shifted. Dudley made a choking sound as he vanished from his own sight. "I can't see myself," his cousin whispered frantically. "That's the point. Stay quiet and move slowly." They crept toward the back fence as the woman advanced on the petunias, her wand casting detection spells. The magic rolled over them, but the cloak deflected it, keeping them hidden not just from sight but from magical senses. "Good," the cloak whispered to Harry. "You're learning." They made it to the fence, slipped through the loose board Harry had discovered weeks ago. Mrs. Figg's back garden appeared before them, and there was the old woman herself, standing by her back door with a look of fierce determination. "In here," she hissed. "Quickly." Harry and Dudley stumbled inside. Mrs. Figg slammed the door and threw the bolt, then started pulling curtains shut with rapid efficiency. "Are they?" Harry started. "The others are still fighting," Mrs. Figg said. "Bones sent me a message to get you two to safety. We'll wait here until," another crack of apparition, this one in her front garden. Mrs. Figg's expression hardened. "Bedroom. Now. Under the bed." Don't make a sound. They ran. Squeezed under Mrs. Fig's ancient bed, Dudley whimpering beside him, Harry strained to hear what was happening. The front door opened. Mrs. Fig's voice, sharp and commanding, "This is private property. Leave immediately." "Where is the boy?" That was Not's voice, still pleasant, still calm. "I know he came this way." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Mrs. Fig, isn't it? The squib who watches over Harry Potter. How convenient that he would run to you." "I said leave." "And I said," the sound of a struggle. Something breaking. Mrs. Fig's cry of pain. Harry's hands clenched on the cloak. Beside him, Dudley had gone absolutely silent, not even breathing loudly. Footsteps in the hallway, getting closer. The bedroom door opened. Through the gap between the bed and the floor, Harry could see expensive shoes walking slowly across the room. They stopped at the wardrobe. Opened it. Moved on to the dresser. Getting closer to the bed. Harry's mind raced. If Not found them, the cloak wouldn't matter. He was a child with no training, no wand, no way to fight back. And Dudley, useless, terrified Dudley, would be caught too. Unless. Harry pulled the cloak off and shoved it at his cousin. "Put it on," he breathed, barely audible. "Don't move. Don't make a sound. What about you, do it." Dudley pulled the cloak over himself and vanished. Harry took a deep breath, then rolled out from under the bed on the opposite side, popping up right behind Corvus Not. "Looking for me?" Not spun, wand rising. His eyes widened as he saw Harry standing there, empty-handed and defiant. "Clever boy," Not said softly. "Brave, too. But foolish." His wand moved, and Harry felt himself freeze. Not physically, he could still breathe, still move his eyes, but he couldn't control his body anymore. The full body bind curse. "You'll stay nice and still while I search for that cloak." He stepped past Harry, moving toward the bed. Harry watched helplessly as Not knelt down, peering under, and saw nothing. Dudley, hidden by the cloak, was completely invisible even this close. Not frowned. "Interesting. Where did you hide it, boy?" Harry couldn't answer, couldn't even move his mouth. He could only watch as Not stood, thinking. "No matter," Not said finally. "You'll tell me eventually. Everyone does." He reached out to grab Harry's shoulder, and froze. Amelia Bones stood in the doorway, her wand leveled at Not's back. Behind her, Tonks had her wand trained on him as well. Both women looked battered and furious. "Corvus Not," Bones said coldly. "You are under arrest for assault, breaking and entering, use of illegal tracking charms, and attempted kidnapping of a minor. Put down your wand." For a long moment, Not didn't move. Then, slowly, he smiled. "This has been educational," he said. "But I think not." He disapparated with a crack that rattled the windows. The spell on Harry broke. He collapsed, gasping, his limbs tingling as feeling returned. "Harry!" Tonks rushed forward. "Are you hurt?" "Fine. I'm fine." "Dudley," he looked at the bed. "Dudley, you can come out now." Slowly, the cloak lifted. Dudley appeared, tears streaming down his face, but alive and unharmed. "You saved me," he said, staring at Harry. "You gave me the cloak. You could have kept it and stayed hidden, but you gave it to me." Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he just took the cloak back and said nothing. Bones was talking into her mirror, calling for backup and medical attention. Tonks helped Mrs. Fig into the room. The old woman had a nasty bruise forming on her temple but was otherwise intact. "Did they get away?" Mrs. Fig asked. "Not did," Bones said grimly. "His associates we caught. They're being transported to the ministry as we speak." "And Flitwick?" "Injured, but he'll be fine." The Dursleys are shaken but unharmed. Bones looked at Harry. You took a massive risk, Mr. Potter. If we hadn't arrived when we did, but you did, Harry interrupted. And anyway, what choice did I have? Let them hurt Dudley. Bones studied him for a long moment. No, she said finally. I don't suppose you did have a choice. Not if you're anything like your mother. She never could stand by while someone was in danger, either. Something warm bloomed in Harry's chest at that. He'd done something his mother would have done. Maybe the cloak was teaching him the right lessons after all. The aftermath took hours to sort out. The Ministry sent a team to repair the Dursleys' home and modify their memories, but Bones intervened, insisting that since they were Harry's guardians, they had a right to know what threats he faced. Vernon looked like he wanted to argue, but one look at his destroyed front door and he shut his mouth. They all ended up back at number 4, sitting in the repaired sitting room while Bones explained the situation. Corvus Knott is a known collector of dark artifacts, she said. Not a Death Eater, but he's associated with pureblood supremacists and has connections throughout the magical underworld. He's wanted for questioning on several artifact thefts over the years, but he's always managed to stay just on the right side of legal. Until today, Flitwick added. The little professor had a bandage around his head but seemed otherwise recovered. Today he crossed several very clear lines. So arrest him, Vernon said. Lock him up, throw away the key. We will, when we catch him, Bones said. But for now, he's in the wind. We've put out alerts, set up monitoring, but not as clever. He won't be easy to find. And in the meantime? Petunia asked. What about Harry? What about us? We'll assign protection, Bones said. An Auror stationed nearby, wards on the house, no. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. Everyone looked at him. No. Bones repeated. I don't want guards. I don't want to be watched all the time. Harry clutched the cloak. The whole point of this thing is that I can hide when I need to. Guards would just make me more visible, more of a target. Harry, he's right. The new voice came from the hallway, and they all turned to see a tall figure entering the room. The man was ancient, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. He wore robes of midnight blue and had an air of power that made even Bones straighten her spine. Albus, Bones said, sounding surprised. I wasn't aware you'd been notified, Mrs. Fig sent word. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry, and there was a weight in that gaze that made Harry want to squirm. Hello, Harry. I know who you are, Harry interrupted. You're the one who left me here. The room went very quiet. Dumbledore inclined his head. I am. And I have spent every day since wondering if I made the right choice. And did you? Harry challenged. Was leaving me in a cupboard the right choice? Dumbledore flinched, and his eyes flicked to the cupboard under the stairs. A cupboard? Petunia, you promised. Don't, Petunia said sharply. Don't you dare blame me. You left a baby on our doorstep with a letter and disappeared. You never checked on him, never made sure he was safe, never did anything but assume we'd love him like our own. Your family, we're strangers, she shot back. Lily chose your world over ours. She made her choice, and it got her killed. You don't get to stand there and judge how we dealt with the consequences. The argument raged on, but Harry stopped listening. He looked at the cloak in his hands, at the silver-gray fabric that had become his escape, his weapon, his teacher. Dumbledore wanted to protect him. Bones wanted to guard him. The Dursleys wanted him to be safe so they could be safe. But none of them asked what he wanted. He stood up, interrupting the argument. I'm keeping the cloak. I'm staying here. And I don't want guards or wards or anyone watching me. Harry, that's not, Dumbledore started. I'm not finished. Harry's voice was harder than he'd ever heard it. Mr. Knott said he wanted to discuss the cloak with me. So fine. Let him come. Let him try. But he'll be coming for someone who can disappear, who knows this house and this neighborhood better than anyone, who has nothing left to lose. You're 9 years old, Bones protested. I'm 9 years old and I have a deathly halo, Harry corrected. That makes me a target no matter what you do. At least this way, I have a chance to control the situation. By making yourself bait. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. Harry, this is precisely the kind of risk my mother died protecting me, Harry interrupted. She didn't run. She didn't hide. She stood her ground. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I'm her son. What did you expect? Silence. Finally, Bones spoke. I don't like this. I don't like any of this. Neither do I, Dumbledore agreed. But. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, and something shifted in his expression. But I think Harry has already made his choice. And perhaps we should respect it. Albus, not without precautions, Dumbledore said firmly. Harry, I agree to no guards and no obvious protection. But you must agree to several conditions. Harry waited. First, you will wear a tracking charm, a proper one you can control and deactivate if necessary, but one that will alert me and Madam Bones if you're in mortal danger. Harry considered. All right. Second, you will allow me to strengthen the blood wards on this house. They'll provide protection without being obvious to anyone watching. Fine. And third. Dumbledore pulled out a small, flat stone from his robes. You will take this portkey. If you're ever in immediate danger, tap it with your wand 3 times and it will transport you directly to Hogwarts. My office, specifically. I don't have a wand. Then we'll get you one. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. I believe Ollivanders might make an exception for an emergency fitting. Harry took the stone, felt its weight in his palm. These are all things that let me run away if I need to. But they don't stop me from staying here, from living my life. Correct. Then I accept. Bones still looked unhappy, but she nodded. I'll file a report saying the victim of an attempted kidnapping declined ministry protection. That should satisfy the bureaucrats, at least temporarily. And I'll monitor the situation, Mrs. Figg said. Daily check-ins, if that's acceptable to everyone. It was. They spent another hour on details, wand measurements. Dumbledore produced a measuring tape that moved on its own and tickled, ward calibrations, proper activation of the portkey stone. By the time everyone left, the sun was setting and Harry was exhausted. Vernon and Petunia had been quiet throughout most of the proceedings, processing everything. As Harry headed to his cupboard, Aunt Petunia called out, "Wait." He turned. She stood in the hallway, wringing her hands. The spare bedroom. Dudley's second bedroom. You should sleep in there from now on. Harry blinked. What? It's not right, she said, not meeting his eyes. What we did. Keeping you in that cupboard. It's not right. It was possibly the closest she'd ever come to an apology. Thank you, Harry said quietly. He moved his meager possessions, the cloak, the fairy tale book, his school things, into the spare bedroom. It still held some of Dudley's broken toys, but there was a bed. A real bed, with a mattress and sheets and everything. Harry lay down on it and stared at the ceiling, trying to process the day. Someone had attacked his home. He'd protected Dudley. He'd stood up to Dumbledore. He'd claimed his right to make his own choices. And tomorrow, he'd start learning how to be ready for when Corvus not came back. Because he would come back. Men like that didn't give up after one failure. The cloak, folded on the nightstand beside him, seemed to pulse with approval. Yes, it whispered. Now you're learning. Now you're ready to begin. Harry closed his eyes and, for the first time in weeks, felt something like hope. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He was becoming something else. Something stronger. And when Corvus Knot came back, he'd be ready. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Watcher and the Watch. The wand shop smelled of old wood and older magic. Harry stood in the dusty interior of Ollivander's, trying not to gawk at the thousands of narrow boxes stacked from floor to ceiling. Beside him, Dumbledore waited patiently, hands folded over his walking stick, while the proprietor, an old man with wide, pale eyes that seemed to see too much, examined Harry like he was a particularly interesting specimen. "Ah yes," Mr. Ollivander said softly. "Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." He moved closer, those disconcerting eyes never blinking. "Your mother, lovely wand for charm work, 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow. Your father favored mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration." "You remember everyone's wands?" Harry asked. "Every single wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter." Ollivander smiled, and it wasn't entirely comforting. "Now, let's see what we can find for you. Though I must say, it's unusual to fit someone so young. Most wizards don't get their wands until they're 11. "Unusual circumstances," Dumbledore said mildly. "Indeed." Ollivander produced a measuring tape that began measuring Harry's arm on its own, from shoulder to finger, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, and several other measurements that made no sense. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Though with someone of your lineage." He trailed off, disappearing into the stacks. Harry glanced at Dumbledore. What did he mean, my lineage? "The Potters and the Peverells both have strong magical bloodlines," Dumbledore explained. "Wand lore is complex, but some wand woods and cores favor certain families. Your wand will reflect not just your personality, but your heritage." Ollivander returned with 3 boxes. "Let's start with these. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. Give it a wave." Harry took the wand. It felt wrong immediately, like holding something that belonged to someone else. He waved it and the tip sparked weakly, then died. "No, no. Not that one." Ollivander snatched it back and produced another. Maple and Dragon Heartstring, 10 inches. This one was worse. The moment Harry touched it, the wand actually recoiled, pulling away from his fingers. "Interesting," Ollivander murmured. "Very interesting. One more." He handed over the 3rd wand. Ash and Unicorn Hair, 12 inches. Harry barely touched it before Ollivander was pulling it away. "Wrong, all wrong. This might take a while." It took over an hour. Wand after wand rejected Harry or was rejected by him in turn. Some sparked. Some smoked. One actually caught fire and had to be extinguished with a wave of Ollivander's hand. The wandmaker's expression grew more fascinated and more puzzled with each failure. "I don't understand," he muttered, pulling down boxes from higher shelves now, reaching for combinations he hadn't tried in years. "Your magical signature is clear enough, strong even for your age. But nothing wants to bond." He stopped suddenly, staring at Harry's pocket where the cloak lay folded. "May I see that?" Ollivander asked, his voice strange. Harry hesitated, then pulled out the cloak. The silver-gray fabric seemed to glow in the wand shop's dim light. Ollivander didn't touch it, just stared. The Peverell cloak. Death's own gift. He looked at Harry with something like awe. "No wonder the wands are confused. You already have something far more powerful than any wand I could make." "But I need a wand," Harry protested. "For school, for focus," Ollivander interrupted. Yes, you do. But a normal wand won't work. Not for you. Not anymore." He disappeared into the back of the shop, muttering to himself. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling, though his expression was serious. "The cloak is changing you, Harry. More than I anticipated." "Is that bad?" "That depends entirely on how you use what you're becoming. Before Harry could ask what that meant, Ollivander returned. He carried a single black box, covered in dust so thick it was clear it hadn't been opened in decades. "I made this wand 40 years ago," Ollivander said quietly. "And it has never chosen anyone. I've shown it to hundreds of witches and wizards over the years, but it always rejects them. I began to think I'd made a mistake in its creation." He opened the box. Elder and Thestral tail hair, 13 inches, unyielding. The wand inside was pale, almost white, with a subtle grain that seemed to shift as Harry looked at it. The wood appeared ancient, like it had been carved from a tree older than memory. "Elder wood is rare," Dumbledore said softly. "And temperamental. This particular elder came from a tree in Godric's Hollow," Ollivander said. "Near the Potter family home. The Thestral hair." He paused. "Well. Thestrals are creatures only visible to those who have seen death. The hair can only be taken willingly, and this particular Thestral gave 3 hairs before it passed. I used one in this wand. The other 2 were used in wands that chose complicated individuals." He held the wand out to Harry. Harry reached for it slowly. The moment his fingers touched the pale wood, everything changed. Warmth flooded through him, not the subtle warmth of the cloak but something fierce and bright. The wand practically jumped into his hand, and when he raised it, silver sparks erupted from the tip, not weak sparks like the failed wands, but a cascade of light that filled the shop like a small constellation being born. "Curious," Ollivander breathed. "Very curious indeed." "What's curious?" Harry asked, still staring at the sparks dancing around the wand. "Elder wands are known for their power, Mr. Potter. They're difficult, they demand strength of will, and they're notoriously disloyal. They'll switch allegiance to whoever defeats their previous master." Ollivander's pale eyes were wide. "But this wand has been waiting. 40 years, it's been waiting. And now it's chosen a 9-year-old boy who already carries a deathly hallow. Is that a problem? That remains to be seen." Ollivander took the wand back gently, placed it in its box. "The wand chooses the wizard, but in your case, Mr. Potter, I think death itself may be doing the choosing." The word sent a chill down Harry's spine. They left the shop with the wand safely tucked in Harry's pocket alongside the cloak. Dumbledore was uncharacteristically quiet as they walked through Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron. "You're worried," Harry said. "It wasn't a question." "I'm thoughtful," Dumbledore corrected. "There's a difference." He stopped walking, turned to face Harry. "The Hallows have a history, Harry. A dark history. The Elder Wand has passed from wizard to wizard through murder and treachery. The Resurrection Stone drove its owner to suicide. Only the cloak has remained pure, because its owners used it to hide, to survive, not to conquer or control." "I'm not trying to conquer anything," Harry said. "No. But you're 9 years old and you already have 2 of the 3 Hallows, the cloak you inherited, and now a wand made from the same wood as the Elder Wand, with a core from a creature of death." Dumbledore's blue eyes were serious behind his half-moon spectacles. "That means something, Harry. Whether we like it or not." "Means what?" "That you're being prepared for something. Tested, perhaps. Or trained." Dumbledore resumed walking, his voice dropping. "The Hallows are not just objects, Harry. They're symbols, representations of humanity's relationship with death. The wand represents the desire to conquer death through power. The stone represents the desire to deny death through resurrection. And the cloak represents accepting death," Harry finished, remembering his mother's fairy tale book. "Greeting it as an old friend when the time comes." "Exactly." Dumbledore looked pleased. "You've been reading." "My mum left me a book. It has the story of the 3 brothers." Something crossed Dumbledore's face, grief, maybe, or regret. "Lily was always thoughtful that way. Leaving breadcrumbs for you to follow when you were ready." They reached the leaky cauldron, but instead of heading straight to the flue, Dumbledore guided Harry to a quiet corner table. Tom the barkeeper brought them drinks, butterbeer for Harry, tea for Dumbledore. "I need to tell you something," Dumbledore said once they were settled. "About the night your parents died." Harry's hand clenched around his butterbeer. "I know about the car crash lie." "Yes, well, the truth is both simpler and more complicated than that." Dumbledore sighed. "Your parents were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. He wanted to kill you too. There was a prophecy, you see, that said you could defeat him. But your mother's sacrifice, her willingness to die to protect you, created magic so powerful that Voldemort's killing curse rebounded. It destroyed him instead." "Destroyed?" Harry repeated. "So he's dead?" "We believe so. Though with Voldemort, one can never be entirely certain." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "He feared death above all things, spent his life trying to escape it. It's possible he created contingencies, ways to survive even the unsurvivable." Harry thought about that. "What does this have to do with the Hallows?" "Voldemort spent years searching for the Elder Wand. He believed it would make him invincible. If he knew you had the cloak, if he knew anyone had it, he would stop at nothing to claim it. But he's dead." "You said so." "I said we believe so," Dumbledore corrected gently. "But even if he is, there are others who seek the Hallows. Corvus Nott is just one of many. The difference is, Nott is a scholar. He seeks knowledge and power, yes, but not necessarily to cause harm. There are others who would use the Hallows for far darker purposes." "So what am I supposed to do?" Harry asked. "Hide forever. Give up the cloak." "Neither." Dumbledore leaned forward. "I want you to learn, Harry. Really learn. Not just spells and potions, but philosophy, history, the nature of magic itself. The Hallows are testing you, preparing you. We should make sure you're ready for whatever they have in mind. I'd like to offer you tutoring. Private lessons, before you come to Hogwarts. Mrs. Fig tells me you're quite bright when given proper instruction." Dumbledore smiled. "And I happen to know a few things about magic." Harry studied the old wizard. There was genuine concern in Dumbledore's eyes, but also calculation. He was planning something, thinking several moves ahead. "What do you get out of this?" Harry asked bluntly. Dumbledore blinked, then laughed. "Direct, aren't you? Your father asked me the same question once, when I offered to tutor him in advanced transfiguration." His expression sobered. "What do I get?" "Peace of mind, perhaps. The knowledge that if dark times come again, and they always do, there might be someone prepared to face them. Someone who understands that power is a tool, not a goal. And if I say no, then I respect your choice. But I would encourage you to find teachers somewhere, Harry. The cloak can teach you to hide, to move unseen, to understand the nature of death. But it can't teach you everything you'll need to survive in the magical world." He had a point. Harry had felt his own ignorance keenly over the past few weeks, not knowing what spells were being cast, not understanding the politics at play, not even knowing basic magical theory. "What would you teach me?" Harry asked. "Theory, primarily. The underlying principles of magic, how it works, why it works. That foundation will serve you better than any number of spells." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Though we could certainly include some practical instruction as well. Basic defensive magic, perhaps. Levitation. Useful household charms. When would we start?" "Immediately, if you're willing. Twice a week, at Mrs. Fig's house. She's agreed to host the lessons." Harry considered. Part of him was suspicious. Dumbledore had left him at the Dursleys, had checked on him for 9 years, had only appeared when things got dangerous. But another part, the part that was hungry for knowledge and understanding, wanted to accept. "I'll do it," Harry said finally. But I have conditions. Of course you do. Dumbledore looked amused. Name them. First, you tell me the truth. Always. No, for your own good, lies or leaving things out because you think I'm too young. That's a tall order for a child your age. I'm a child your age who sleeps with a Deathly Hallow under his pillow and has been attacked twice in his own home, Harry interrupted. I think I've earned the right to truth. Dumbledore inclined his head. Very well. Truth, within reason. Some things are not mine to share, but I will not lie to you. Second, you don't try to take the cloak. Not to keep it safe, not to study it, not for any reason. Agreed. And third. Harry paused, trying to phrase this right. You teach me how to protect myself. Not just defend myself, but really protect myself. I don't want to be helpless if someone like Not comes back. That, Harry, I can promise wholeheartedly. Dumbledore extended his hand across the table. Do we have an agreement? Harry shook it. The old wizard's grip was firm and warm. Excellent. We'll begin tomorrow evening. 6 o'clock, Mrs. Figg's house. Dumbledore stood, then paused. Oh, and Harry. Don't tell the Dursleys about the lessons. No need to worry them unnecessarily. Which meant Dumbledore didn't trust them not to interfere. Fair enough. Harry didn't trust them either. They fled back to Little Whinging, an experience that left Harry dizzy and covered in soot, and parted ways at the end of Privet Drive. Dumbledore vanished with a small pop of apparition, and Harry trudged back to number 4, his new wand a comforting weight in his pocket. Vernon was waiting in the living room when Harry got home. Where have you been? Petunia's been worried sick, getting a wand, Harry said shortly. Dumbledore took me to Diagon Alley. Vernon's face purpled. He had no right. You're supposed to check with us before going anywhere. I'm also supposed to have food and a real bedroom and not be locked in a cupboard, Harry shot back. So maybe we're all learning to do better. He left Vernon sputtering and headed upstairs to his new bedroom. Dudley was lurking in the hallway, and when he saw Harry, he did something unusual. He didn't run away or make a threatening move. He just stood there, awkward and uncertain. What? Harry asked. Just, thanks. For yesterday. With the cloak. Dudley's voice was quiet. You could have kept it. Could have stayed hidden. You're welcome. Mum said I should try to be nicer to you. Dudley shifted his weight. Said what we've been doing isn't right. It's not. Yeah. Dudley stared at his feet. So. Sorry. I guess. It wasn't much of an apology. But coming from Dudley, it was practically a declaration of love. Thanks, Harry said. I guess. They stood in awkward silence for another moment, then Dudley retreated to his room and Harry to his. The spare bedroom already felt more like his than the cupboard ever had. He put his mother's book on the nightstand, the cloak folded carefully beside it, and his few clothes in the dresser. Now he added the wand to the collection, placing it in the box on his desk. The pail would seem to glow slightly in the late afternoon light. Harry sat on his bed and pulled out the cloak, running his fingers over the silver-gray fabric. You heard all that, didn't you? About the Hallows, about what I'm becoming. The cloak didn't answer, it never did, not in words. But he felt its presence, that subtle awareness that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Dumbledore's right, Harry continued, speaking to the cloak the way some people talk to their pets or stuffed animals. I need to learn more. Need to understand what's happening. He paused. But I'm not giving you up. No matter what anyone says. You're mine, and I'm yours. That's how this works, right? A warmth spread through the fabric, and Harry smiled. Yeah. That's what I thought. He lay back on the bed, still holding the cloak, and thought about everything that had happened. Less than a month ago, he'd been nobody. A boy in a cupboard, unloved and unwanted. Now he had a deathly hallow, a wand, a bedroom, and the attention of the most powerful wizard in Britain. It should have felt like progress. Instead, it felt like a target was being painted on his back in increasingly bright colors. That night, Harry put on the cloak and went exploring again. Not for revenge this time, or even mischief. Just to feel the freedom of movement, the power of invisibility. He walked through little whinging sleeping streets, watching the houses dark and quiet. Normal people, living normal lives, completely unaware that magic existed just beyond their perception. Harry used to envy them. Now he pitied them slightly. They'd never know the feeling of a wand choosing them, or the weight of a legendary artifact in their hands, or the sensation of stepping sideways from reality into pure invisibility. He was walking past the park when he felt it, that same sensation from before. The awareness of being watched. Harry froze, his hand moving instinctively to where his wand was tucked in his pocket. He scanned the darkness, his enhanced senses straining. There. On the roof of the community center. A figure, perfectly still, perfectly silent. Harry's heart hammered. He was invisible, the cloak should hide him completely. But this person, whoever they were, seemed to be looking right at him. He stood perfectly still, barely breathing. After a long moment, the figure moved. Not toward him, but away, sliding down the far side of the roof and disappearing into the shadows. Harry waited another 5 minutes, then carefully made his way back to Privet Drive. Once safely in his room, he removed the cloak and sat on his bed, thinking. Someone had been watching. Someone who could somehow sense him even through the cloak's protection. The game, it seemed, was just beginning. The next evening, Harry arrived at Mrs. Figg's house at 5 minutes to 6. The old woman let him in with a smile and guided him to her sitting room, which had been cleared of its usual clutter of cat photographs. Dumbledore was already there, seated in a comfortable armchair with a cup of tea. He'd traded his elaborate robes for simpler ones in dark blue, and his beard was tucked into his belt. Ah, Harry. Punctual. An excellent quality. He gestured to the chair across from him. Please, sit. We have much to discuss before we begin the practical work. Harry sat, noting that Mrs. Figg had disappeared, giving them privacy, presumably. First, Dumbledore said, tell me what you know about magic. Not spells or potions, but magic itself. What is it? Where does it come from? Harry thought about his answer. It's a force. Something that exists in the world that wizards can manipulate. Not entirely wrong, but not quite right either. Dumbledore set down his tea. Magic is not a force to be manipulated, Harry. Magic is life itself, given form and will. It exists in every living thing, plants, animals, humans. Wizards are simply those born with the ability to consciously direct their own life force, to impose their will upon reality. So when I do magic, I'm using my own life. In a sense. Though it's not quite so dramatic as that sounds. Your magic regenerates naturally, the way your body heals from a scraped knee. But yes, every spell you cast, every charm you perform, draws on your inner reserves. Dumbledore leaned forward. This is why young wizards have accidental magic. Their life force is abundant, constantly overflowing, but they lack the control to direct it properly. It responds to their emotions instead, fear, anger, desperation. Harry thought about all the times he'd done impossible things, appearing on the roof, making glass disappear, turning a teacher's hair blue. So the magic was always there, I just couldn't control it. Exactly. And now, with a wand, you'll learn to channel that power deliberately. The wand acts as a focus, a tool to refine your will into specific effects. Dumbledore produced his own wand, longer than Harry's, with an unusual knobbly appearance. But here's the secret that many wizards never learn, the wand is a crutch. A useful crutch, yes, but still a crutch. True mastery of magic comes from understanding that the power is yours, not the wand's. So I could do magic without a wand? Eventually, with enough practice and understanding. Some cultures never use wands at all, they rely on pure will and gesture. It's more difficult, more exhausting, but also more intimate. More pure. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Though I wouldn't recommend trying wandless magic just yet. Master the basics first. They spent the next hour discussing magical theory, the difference between charms and transfiguration, why some spells required specific wand movements while others relied on intent, the importance of pronunciation in verbal spells. Harry soaked it all in like a sponge. This was what he'd been craving, not just instructions on how to do magic, but understanding of why it worked. Finally, Dumbledore stood. Now for the practical portion. We'll start with something simple, Lumos. The wand lighting charm. He demonstrated, and the tip of his wand glowed with a soft, warm light. The incantation is straightforward, but the real trick is intent. You must want the light, must will it into being. The word and the wand movement are just frameworks for your will to follow. Harry pulled out his new wand. The pale wood felt warm in his hand, almost eager. Lumos, he said, giving his wand the small upward flick Dumbledore had demonstrated. Nothing happened. Intent, Harry. Don't just say the word, mean it. Imagine the light, feel it gathering at the wand's tip. Lumos, Harry tried again, this time focusing on the image of light in his mind. A faint glow appeared, then died. Better. Once more. Don't force it, guide it. Magic responds to will, not effort. Lumos. This time, the light burst forth, bright and steady, illuminating the entire room. Harry stared at it, fascinated. His first real spell. Excellent. Dumbledore beamed. Now, to extinguish it, the countercharm is Nox. Nox. The light died. They practiced for another hour, Lumos and Nox, again and again, until Harry could produce light reliably and extinguish it with barely a thought. Then Dumbledore taught him Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm, though he warned Harry it might take weeks to master properly. Magic is not about speed or power, Harry, Dumbledore said as they wrapped up. It's about precision, control, and most importantly, understanding. Anyone can wave a wand and shout words. A true wizard understands what they're doing and why. When will you teach me defensive spells? Harry asked. Soon. But first, you need a foundation. I won't send you into a fight with a loaded wand and no understanding of what you're doing. Dumbledore's expression was serious. Power without wisdom is dangerous, Harry. I've seen too many talented wizards destroyed by their own abilities because they never learned to think before they acted. Harry nodded, though part of him chafed at the delay. He wanted to be ready now, wanted to be able to defend himself if Corvus Knott or someone like him came back. But he also understood what Dumbledore was saying. The cloak had been teaching him patience, teaching him to wait for the right moment rather than rushing in blindly. Same time next week? Dumbledore asked as Harry prepared to leave. Yes. Thank you. For teaching me. It's my pleasure, Harry. Your mother would be proud of how eager you are to learn. Harry smiled at that and headed home, practicing Lumos quietly as he walked, enjoying the way the light sprang from his wand at his command. He was so focused on his practice that he almost missed it, a shadow that moved wrong, a presence that felt familiar. Harry extinguished his wand and slipped on the cloak in one smooth motion. Then he waited, invisible and silent, watching. The shadow resolved into a person, tall, lean, dressed in dark clothes. They stood at the corner of Magnolia Road, not quite looking at Harry but not quite looking away either. After a moment, they moved. Not toward Harry, but parallel to him, keeping pace. Harry's jaw clenched. Someone was following him. And from the way they moved, confident, unhurried, they'd been doing it for a while. He made a decision. Instead of heading straight home, he veered off toward the park. If someone wanted to follow him, let them. At least there, away from houses and witnesses, he could confront them without endangering anyone else. The park was empty this late, the swings swaying slightly in the evening breeze. Harry positioned himself behind the community center, in the shadows, and waited. His follower appeared after 2 minutes, moving carefully between the playground equipment. Now that Harry was looking properly, he could make out details, male, probably, though the loose clothing made it hard to tell. Young, teenager or early 20s. They moved like someone trained in stealth, placing each foot carefully, checking their surroundings constantly. They stopped in the middle of the park, head turning slowly, searching. Harry stepped out of the shadows, removing the cloak as he did. "Looking for me?" The figure spun, hand moving towards something in their jacket. They froze when they saw Harry, and in the moonlight, Harry could finally make out their face. It was a boy, probably 15 or 16, with dark hair that fell across pale gray eyes. There was something aristocratic about his features, something familiar that Harry couldn't quite place. "Harry Potter," the boy said. His voice was cultured, upper class. "I've been trying to approach you for days. You could have just knocked on my door. Your house is being watched." "Not by me," he added quickly as Harry tensed. "By others. I couldn't risk being seen making contact." "Who are you?" "Theodore Knott." He said it like Harry should recognize the name. When Harry's expression didn't change, he added, "Corvus Knott's son." Harry's hand went to his wand immediately. "Wait." Theo, raised his hands. "I'm not here to hurt you or take the cloak. I'm here to warn you." "Warn me about what?" "About my father." Theo's expression was pained. "He's not going to stop. The attack on your house, that was just the beginning. He's recruiting allies, gathering resources. He believes the Hallows are the key to something called the Death Gate, a way to control who lives and who dies." "I don't understand." "Neither do I, not fully. But my father has been obsessed with death magic for years. Ever since." Theo stopped, swallowed hard. "Ever since my mother died. He thinks if he can master death itself, he can bring her back. Properly, not like the resurrection stone supposedly does." Harry studied the older boy. Theo looked genuine, his pain seemed real, his fear authentic. But he was also the son of the man who'd attacked Harry's home, who'd held him under a bodybind curse, who tried to kidnap him. "Why tell me this?" Harry asked. "Why betray your father?" "Because he's wrong." Theo's voice was fierce now. "My mother wouldn't want this. She wouldn't want him hurting people, hunting children, destroying himself in pursuit of an impossible dream. And I." He looked away. "I can't watch him become a monster. Not without at least trying to stop him. So stop him yourself." "I'm trying. I've been sabotaging his research, stealing his notes, feeding false information to his allies." Theo looked back at Harry. "But I'm one person, and he has resources I can't match. That's why I'm here. You have the cloak. You have Dumbledore's protection. Together, maybe we can what?" Harry interrupted. "I'm 9 years old. You're what, 15? What are we supposed to do against a fully trained adult wizard?" "I don't know." Theo's honesty was stark. "But doing nothing means watching my father destroy himself and potentially hurt a lot of people in the process. I have to try something." Harry thought about his mother's note in the fairy tale book, "May you always choose kindness over cleverness, and love over power." Theo was choosing to betray his father to protect him. That took a kind of courage Harry wasn't sure he possessed. "All right," Harry said slowly. "I'll work with you. But I'm not keeping secrets from Dumbledore or Mrs. Fig. If we're going to stop your father, we do it properly, with help from people who know what they're doing." Relief flooded Theo's face. Thank you. Really. I know asking you to trust me is, don't thank me yet. Harry crossed his arms. Tell me everything you know about your father's plans. Everything. Theo did. They stood in the dark park for over an hour while Theo explained what he knew, his father's research into death magic, his theory about the Death Gate, his belief that the three Hallows together could open it. Corvus had already located the Elder Wand, it was in Dumbledore's possession, though Corvus didn't know if Dumbledore knew what he had. The Resurrection Stone was lost, hidden somewhere in England, but Corvus had narrowed the search area. If he gets all three, Theo said, I don't know what will happen. But based on his notes, the ritual he's planning would require sacrifices. Lives offered to death in exchange for power over it. How many lives? I don't know. But enough that he's already started making lists. People he considers acceptable losses. Criminals, the terminally ill, political enemies. Theo's voice dropped to a whisper. He's become so obsessed he doesn't see them as people anymore. Just obstacles between him and his goal. Harry felt sick. This was worse than he'd thought. Not just a collector trying to steal his inheritance, but a man planning ritual murder on a potentially massive scale. We need to tell Dumbledore, Harry said. Tonight. Wait. Theo grabbed Harry's arm. There's something else. Something I haven't told anyone. What? My mother's death. It wasn't from dragon pox, like my father tells people. Theo's eyes were bright with unshed tears. It was from one of his experiments. A ritual that went wrong. He was trying to extend her life, to cure her illness, but instead his magic consumed her. Burned her from the inside out. Harry stared, horrified. He doesn't remember, Theo continued. Or he's convinced himself it wasn't his fault. But I was there. I saw it happen. I was 8 years old, and I watched my father kill my mother with his own magic while trying to save her. A tear slid down his cheek. That's why I'm doing this. Because I won't let him hurt anyone else the way he hurt her. The way he hurt me. Understanding crashed over Harry like a wave. Theo wasn't just trying to stop his father's plans, he was trying to save his father from himself. Trying to prevent the man from becoming the monster that grief was transforming him into. All right, Harry said quietly. We'll go to Dumbledore. Together. Right now. They walked back to Mrs. Figg's house in silence. When they knocked, the old woman answered immediately, took one look at Theo, and said, You'd better come in. Dumbledore was still there, talking with Mrs. Figg over tea. He looked up as Harry and Theo entered, and his expression shifted instantly from surprise to concern. Theodore not, he said. I wondered when you might appear. You know who I am? Theo asked. I know your father. And I know you've been working against him. Dumbledore gestured to the empty chairs. Sit. Both of you. And tell me everything. They did. Harry let Theo do most of the talking, only interjecting to add details about the attack on Privet Drive or his own experiences with the cloak. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, his expression growing graver with each revelation. When Theo finally fell silent, exhausted from confession, Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. This is worse than I feared, he said finally. Corvus has clearly lost himself to grief and obsession. The ritual he's planning, the Death Gate, as you call it, would tear holes in reality itself. Even if it worked, the consequences would be catastrophic. Can we stop him? Harry asked. We must. Dumbledore looked at Theo. How much time do we have? He's still searching for the stone. Could be weeks, could be months. He won't attempt the ritual until he has all three Hallows. Then we use that time to prepare. Dumbledore stood, began pacing. Harry, your lessons will need to accelerate. I'll teach you defensive magic immediately, we can't afford to wait for a perfect foundation. Theodore, I'll need you to continue monitoring your father, but carefully. If he suspects you're working against him, I know, Theo said quietly. I'll be careful. Mrs. Fig, I'll need you to expand your network. We need eyes everywhere Corvus might go, every contact he might make. Consider it done, she said firmly. And I'll reach out to Amelia Bones. This has moved beyond a simple theft attempt. This is a plot that threatens the entire magical world. Dumbledore looked at all of them in turn. We're playing a dangerous game now. Corvus Knott is brilliant, resourceful, and motivated by grief so profound it's driven him to madness. We cannot afford mistakes. What about me? Harry asked. What do I do? You keep that cloak close. Learn everything it can teach you. And prepare yourself, Harry. Dumbledore's blue eyes were serious. Because eventually, Corvus will come for you directly. And when he does, you'll need to be ready, not just to fight, but to survive. The meeting broke up near midnight. Theo slipped away into the darkness, heading back to wherever he was staying. Harry trudged home to Privet Drive, his mind spinning with everything he'd learned. Someone wanted to open a death gate. Someone wanted to sacrifice innocent lives to control death itself. And that someone was the father of the first real ally Harry had found in the magical world. Nothing about this was simple anymore. In his bedroom, Harry laid out the cloak on his bed and stared at it. The silver-gray fabric seemed to pulse slightly, responding to his attention. You knew, he whispered. Didn't you? You knew this was coming. That's why you came to me now, why you've been teaching me to hide, to sense magic, to move unseen. You're preparing me for this. The cloak's warmth spread through the room like an answer. Harry picked it up, held it close. I won't let him have you. I won't let him hurt anyone else. Whatever it takes, I'll stop him. Outside his window, a raven watched from the telephone wire. Its gray eyes reflected the moonlight as it observed the boy making promises he might not be able to keep. Then it spread its wings and flew north, carrying information to someone who waited in shadows, planning and scheming and preparing for the day when he would claim what he believed was rightfully his. The game of wizard and cloak, hunter and prey, father and son, had truly begun. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Ministry's Interest. The letter arrived 3 weeks later, delivered by a stern-looking tawny owl that tapped imperiously on Harry's bedroom window until he let it in. The parchment was thick and official, sealed with the Ministry of Magic seal, a wand crossed with a quill, encircled by the letter M. Harry broke the seal carefully and read, Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries, Office of Artifact Control and Regulation. Mr. Harry Potter, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Artifact Review Committee on the 15th of September, 1989, at 10 a.m., regarding item designation, Peverell 001, currently in your possession. This hearing will determine the appropriate placement and security measures for said artifact, which has been classified as a Class X dangerous object under the Magical Artifacts Act of 1765. Failure to appear will result in immediate confiscation of the artifact and potential criminal charges. You are permitted one adult representative. Sincerely, Croaker, Director, Department of Mysteries. Harry read it twice more, his stomach sinking with each word. The 15th was only 5 days away. And they wanted to take the cloak. He was halfway to Mrs. Fig's house before he remembered he should probably tell the Dursleys where he was going. He backtracked, stuck his head in the kitchen where Aunt Petunia was preparing lunch, and said, I have to go talk to Mrs. Fig about something. I'll be back soon. Petunia turned, saw his expression, and her face paled. What's happened? The Ministry, the magical government, they want to take the cloak. There's a hearing in 5 days. For a moment, Petunia just stared at him. Then, surprisingly, she said, Go. Talk to Mrs. Fig. See what can be done. Harry blinked. You're not going to say I should just give it to them? That cloak is your inheritance, Harry. From your father's family. Her voice was stiff, formal. "I may not have approved of your parents' world, but I won't stand by while they steal what's rightfully yours. Now go. Quickly." He went. Mrs. Figg took one look at the letter and said a word Harry had never heard her use before. Then she grabbed her coat. "We're going to see Dumbledore. Now." They found the headmaster in his office at Hogwarts. Mrs. Figg knew a Floo address Harry didn't, and he read the letter with increasing disapproval. "Croaker," Dumbledore muttered. "I should have known he'd make a move eventually. He's been searching for the Hallows for decades. Can they actually take it?" Harry asked, trying to keep the panic from his voice. "Legally? The law is complicated." Dumbledore set the letter down and steepled his fingers. "The Magical Artifacts Act gives the Ministry broad powers to confiscate dangerous items. But it was written primarily for items without clear ownership, cursed objects found in abandoned homes, dark artifacts seized from criminals, that sort of thing. The cloak has clear ownership," Mrs. Figg said firmly. "It was willed to Harry through the Peverell family trust." "Yes, but he's also 9 years old. A minor. The Ministry could argue he's not capable of responsibly managing such a powerful artifact." Dumbledore's expression was grim. "And Croaker is clever. He'll have prepared his arguments carefully. So what do we do?" Harry asked. "We fight. But not alone." Dumbledore pulled out a piece of parchment and began writing rapidly. "I'll contact Amelia Bones, she has significant influence in the Ministry. We'll also need a solicitor, someone well-versed in magical law. And most importantly," he looked at Harry, "we need to establish your rights as the Peverell heir." "I thought I already was the heir." "The bank said so. Gringotts acknowledged you as the heir, yes. But there's a difference between inheriting an item and claiming a lordship. The Peverell line is ancient, Harry. If you formally claim the title of Lord Peverell, the Ministry's power to confiscate your family property becomes much more limited." "He's 9 years old," Mrs. Figg protested. "Can he even claim a lordship?" "With a regent acting on his behalf until he reaches his majority, yes." Dumbledore's quill scratched across the parchment. "It's rarely done for someone so young, but there is precedent. And given the circumstances, I believe the Wisengamot would accept it." "What's a Wisengamot?" Harry asked. "The Magical Parliament and High Court, combined. They oversee major legal matters, including claims of lordship." Dumbledore finished his letter and sent it off with a wave of his wand. A silvery phoenix burst from the tip and flew through the wall, carrying the message. "Harry, I need you to go to Gringotts tomorrow. Ask to speak with Griphook about the Peverell estate. Tell him you want to explore your options regarding the lordship. Why don't you come with me? Because some conversations are better had without wizards present. Goblins have their own perspective on inheritance and property rights, and they're not always fond of wizard interference." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "But they do respect boldness and directness. Go alone, speak plainly, and they'll respect you for it." Harry swallowed hard. "All right. Tomorrow. Good lad. In the meantime, I'll arrange for representation at the hearing. We'll be ready for whatever Croaker has planned." But as Harry left Hogwarts and returned to Little Whinging, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were already 3 steps behind. The Ministry had had weeks to prepare their case. Harry had 5 days. That night, he took out his mother's fairy tale book and reread The Tale of the Three Brothers. When he reached the end, where the third brother greeted death as an old friend, he noticed something he'd missed before, a small note in his mother's handwriting at the bottom of the page. "The Ministry has always feared the Hallows. They represent power that can't be controlled, can't be regulated, can't be understood. If they knew the cloak still existed, they would try to claim it. Don't let them, Harry. It's yours by right, by blood, by choice. Death chose the Peverells to carry this burden. Honor that choice." Harry closed the book slowly. His mother had known. Somehow, years ago, she'd known the ministry might come for the cloak. She'd left him a warning. Well, he wouldn't let her down. Gringotts was intimidating. Harry stood in the marble lobby of the Wizarding Bank, staring up at the towering pillars and the goblins working behind rows of high desks. He'd been here once before with Dumbledore to get his wand, but he'd been too overwhelmed to really notice the details. Now, standing alone in his second-hand clothes with the cloak hidden in his backpack, he felt very small and very out of place. A goblin at the nearest desk looked up, his dark eyes sharp. "Yes. I need to speak with Griphook, please," Harry said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "About the Peverell estate." The goblin's expression shifted, not quite respect, but definitely interest. "Name?" "Harry Potter." "Ah. The Peverell heir." The goblin gestured to another goblin standing nearby. "Griphook will see you. Follow Raknuk." Raknuk led Harry through a maze of corridors, past doors marked with strange symbols and down into the depths of the bank. Finally, they reached an office with a bronze plaque reading, "Griphook, Senior Account Manager." The goblin inside was older than most Harry had seen, his face lined with what might have been centuries of expression. He looked up as Harry entered, and his thin lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Mr. Potter. Punctual. I appreciate that in a client." Griphook gestured to a chair that was slightly too tall for Harry, forcing him to climb up. "You received the ministry's letter, I presume?" "How did you? We monitor all matters concerning our clients' assets, especially when those assets are of historical significance." Griphook pulled out a thick file. "The Department of Mysteries has been making inquiries about the Peverell cloak for 3 weeks. We've refused to provide any information beyond confirming the inheritance transfer, but they've been persistent." "Can they take it?" Harry asked bluntly. "Legally? That depends on several factors. Your age is a complication. The ministry can argue you're too young to responsibly manage a dangerous artifact. However." Griphook opened the file, revealing pages of densely written text. "The Peverell family has a rather unique legal status. The bloodline is recognized as one of the ancient and noble houses, despite having no active members until your inheritance was confirmed." "What does that mean?" "It means, Mr. Potter, that if you formally claim the lordship of House Peverell, you would have legal protections that ordinary wizards don't enjoy. The ministry's power to confiscate family heirlooms becomes significantly limited. They would need to prove the item poses an immediate threat to magical society, not merely that it's dangerous in general. So I should claim the lordship." Griphook's expression became unreadable. "That choice is yours, Mr. Potter. But I will be direct with you, as I am with all clients who show respect for goblin customs. Claiming a lordship is not without consequences. You would be assuming responsibilities, obligations, and political entanglements that most 9-year-olds are ill-equipped to handle." "But I'd keep the cloak." "Almost certainly. The ministry would need overwhelming evidence of clear and present danger to override a lord's claim to his family property." Harry thought about it. Responsibilities and obligations sounded complicated. But losing the cloak was unacceptable. "What would I need to do?" he asked. "Formally petition the Wizengamot to recognize your claim. As a minor, you would need a regent, an adult who would manage the estate and represent your interests until you reach your majority at 17. That regent would need to be approved by both you and the Wizengamot." "Who could be a regent?" "Anyone you trust who has legal standing in magical society. A family member would be traditional, but given your circumstances." Griphook trailed off meaningfully. "You might consider someone like Albus Dumbledore or Amelia Bones. Both have impeccable reputations and significant political influence." Harry frowned. Dumbledore would be the obvious choice, but something about making the headmaster his official regent felt wrong. Dumbledore was already teaching him, already involved in protecting him. Adding a legal obligation might complicate things in ways Harry didn't fully understand. What about someone from Gringotts? Harry asked. Could a goblin be a regent? Griphook's eyes widened fractionally, the most surprise Harry had seen from any goblin. That would be unprecedented. Goblins don't typically involve themselves in wizard politics. But is it possible? Legally? Yes. The law specifies a person of legal standing, which includes goblins. Practically. Griphook leaned back in his chair. It would send a very clear message to the ministry that you value goblin law and tradition over wizard customs. Some would respect that. Others would be deeply offended. Would you do it? Harry asked directly. Would you be my regent? Griphook studied him for a long moment. Why would you ask a goblin to manage your affairs, Mr. Potter? You know nothing about me. I know you've been managing the Peverell estate for who knows how long. I know you didn't have to tell me about the lordship option, you could have just let the ministry take the cloak and close the account. And I know that when I walked in here, you looked at me like a person, not like a problem or a tool or something to be protected. Harry met the goblin's dark eyes steadily. My parents trusted Gringotts. That's good enough for me. The silence stretched. Then Griphook did something Harry had never seen a goblin do, he smiled. Really smiled, showing sharp teeth. Your mother said almost exactly the same thing when she first came to Gringotts, did you know that? She was Muggleborn, completely new to our world, and when the first goblin she met tried to intimidate her, she simply said, I was told you're the best. Prove it. Griphook's smile faded into something more serious. She earned our respect that day. And you, Mr. Potter, have just earned mine. So you'll do it? I will. On 3 conditions. Griphook held up a clawed hand. First, you trust my judgment on financial and legal matters unless I'm clearly acting against your interests. Second, you treat all Gringotts employees with the same directness and respect you've shown me today. And third. He leaned forward. You never lie to me. I will always tell you the truth, even when it's unpleasant. I expect the same in return. Deal, Harry said immediately, offering his hand. Griphook shook it, his grip firm and cool. Very well. I'll begin preparing the lordship petition. The hearing is in 4 days, which gives us just enough time if we work quickly. He pulled out fresh parchment and began writing. This will be expensive, Mr. Potter. Legal fees, filing costs, bribes. Welcome to wizard politics, Griphook said dryly. Nothing illegal, simply the standard administrative fees required to expedite paperwork. Your trust has sufficient funds to cover it, but you should be aware. Whatever it takes, Harry said. I'm not losing the cloak. No, Griphook agreed. You're not. The next 3 days were a blur of activity. Griphook worked with frightening efficiency, filing paperwork, arranging meetings, and somehow managing to schedule a lordship hearing for the same day as the ministry's artifact review. Dumbledore coordinated with Amelia Bones, who agreed to represent Harry's interests at the ministry hearing in addition to her normal duties. Theo appeared twice more at night, bringing information about his father's movements. Corvus had gone quiet, too quiet, according to Theo. He'd stopped his usual research trips, stopped contacting his network. Either he'd given up, or he was planning something big. Harry's lessons with Dumbledore intensified. The headmaster taught him shield charms, stunning spells, and basic dueling theory. Harry absorbed it all desperately, knowing that magical knowledge might be his best defense if things went wrong at the hearing. And through it all, Harry practiced with the cloak. He discovered he could do more than just become invisible, he could sense magic through the fabric, could use it to muffle sound, could even hide his magical signature entirely if he concentrated hard enough. The cloak was teaching him, molding him, preparing him. On the morning of September 15th, Harry put on the best clothes Aunt Petunia could find, a button-up shirt that actually fit properly and trousers that weren't Dudley's cast-offs. He pocketed his wand, folded the cloak into his backpack, and met Dumbledore at the flue point in Mrs. Fig's fireplace. "Ready?" the headmaster asked. Harry nodded, though his stomach was churning. They stepped into the emerald flames together and emerged in the Ministry of Magic's atrium. The space was vast, a peacock blue ceiling inlaid with golden symbols, a fountain featuring golden statues of wizards and magical creatures, and hundreds of witches and wizards hurrying about their business. Harry tried not to stare as they crossed to the security desk. "Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore," the headmaster told the guard. "We have appointments in courtroom 10 and the Wisengamot chamber." The guard checked his list, then handed them visitor badges that pinned themselves to their robes. "Courtroom 10 is on level 9. Wisengamot is on level 8. You'll want the lifts." They took the lift down, a strange, caged elevator that announced each floor in a cool female voice. Level 8 came first. "I'll handle the lordship hearing," Dumbledore said. "Griphook is meeting us here. Once that's settled, I'll join you at the artifact review on level 9. Madam Bones is already there, preparing the defense." "What if they don't approve the lordship?" Harry asked. "They will. Griphook has been very thorough." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "And I may have called in a few favors. Trust the process, Harry." The lift doors opened onto a corridor lined with doors marked with various house names. At the end was a larger set of double doors, Wisengamot chamber. Griphook was waiting outside, dressed in formal robes of dark green with the Gringotts crest embroidered in silver. He nodded to Harry. "Mr. Potter." "Headmaster. We have 10 minutes. Let me brief you on the procedure." They stepped aside while Griphook explained. Harry would need to state his claim to the Peverell lordship, demonstrate his lineage, and answer any questions the Wisengamot members posed. Since he was a minor, Griphook would do most of the talking, but Harry needed to be present and speak clearly when addressed. "They may try to intimidate you," Griphook warned. "Don't let them. You have every right to be here. Act like you know it." The doors opened, and a clerk called, "Petition of Harry James Potter for recognition as Lord Peverell." Harry walked into the chamber and tried not to be overwhelmed. Tiered benches rose in a semicircle around a central floor, filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. At the center of the highest tier sat an elderly witch with gray hair and a monocle, a gavel in her hand. "Order," she called, and the murmuring ceased. "I am Chief Warlock Griselda Marchbanks. Mr. Potter, step forward." Harry did, acutely aware of hundreds of eyes on him. Griphook walked beside him, and Dumbledore took a seat in the observers section. "Mr. Potter," Marchbanks said, "you petition for recognition as Lord Peverell and request that Griphook of Gringotts serve as your regent until you reach your majority. Is this correct?" "Yes, ma'am. The Peverell line has been dormant for centuries." "On what basis do you claim this title?" Griphook stepped forward. "Chief Warlock, members of the Wisengamot. Mr. Potter is the last living descendant of Ignotus Peverell through his paternal line. Gringotts has verified the blood connection through genealogical records dating back 7 centuries. Additionally, Mr. Potter has successfully claimed the Peverell family vault and its contents, including the item known as the Peverell Invisibility Cloak." Murmurs rippled through the chamber at the mention of the cloak. "You're referring to the artifact currently under review by the Department of Mysteries?" a wizard in the front row asked sharply. "I'm referring to Mr. Potter's legal family property," Griphook corrected coldly. "Which he inherited through proper channels and which poses no threat in his possession." "That's for the department to determine," another witch said. "The boy is 9 years old. What business does a child have claiming a lordship?" "The same business any heir has," Griphook replied. "Would you prefer the Peverell line die out completely? Or should Mr. Potter wait until he's of age to claim what's legally his, allowing the estate to remain in limbo for 8 more years? The issue," Marchbanks said firmly, "is not whether Mr. Potter has the right to claim the title, but whether it's appropriate given his age. A lordship comes with responsibilities, votes in the Wisengamot, oversight of family properties, legal obligations. Can a child manage such things? That's why the law provides for regents, Chief Warlock, Dumbledore said, standing. With your permission. Marchbanks nodded, and Dumbledore stepped forward. I've known Harry Potter since his birth. He is intelligent, responsible, and more mature than many wizards twice his age. With a competent regent, and Griphook is nothing if not competent, he can grow into his role while being properly guided. And what's Gringotts' interest in this arrangement? A wizard challenged. Goblins don't typically involve themselves in wizard politics. Gringotts' interest is in honoring our client's wishes, Griphook said flatly. Mr. Potter requested my service as regent. I accepted. We have no ulterior motive beyond proper stewardship of the Peverell estate. Even so, a goblin regent is unprecedented, so is a 9-year-old heir to an ancient house, Griphook interrupted. We're dealing with unusual circumstances. Unusual solutions are warranted. Marchbanks rapped her gavel. Enough. The Wizengamot will vote on this matter. All those in favor of recognizing Harry James Potter as Lord Peverell, with Griphook of Gringotts serving as regent, raise your wands. A sea of wands rose, not unanimous, but a clear majority. All those opposed? Fewer wands this time, perhaps a third of the chamber. The motion passes. Harry James Potter is hereby recognized as Lord Peverell. Marchbanks looked directly at Harry. Lord Peverell, you now hold a seat in this chamber and all the responsibilities that entails. Your regent will vote on your behalf and manage your affairs, but the decisions made will affect your family's legacy. Do you understand? I do, ma'am. Then congratulations, and may you serve your house with honor. She rapped the gavel once more. This session is concluded. The chamber erupted in conversation as Harry, Griphook, and Dumbledore retreated to the corridor. Harry felt dazed, like he'd just been swept up in something much larger than himself. Well done, Griphook said, and there was approval in his voice. You conducted yourself appropriately. What happens now? Now we go to level 9 and ensure the Ministry doesn't try to steal your cloak anyway, Dumbledore said grimly. Being a lord will help, but Croaker is stubborn. He won't give up easily. They took the lift down one more level and emerged in a corridor markedly darker than the others. The doors here were unmarked, and the few people they passed wore robes of deep purple, unspeakables, Harry realized. Members of the Department of Mysteries. Courtroom 10 was smaller than the Wizengamot chamber but no less intimidating. Tiered benches for observers, a raised platform for judges, and a single chair in the center that looked uncomfortably like it might have chains built into the armrests. Amelia Bones was already present, along with a thin wizard in purple robes who must be Croaker. A handful of other unspeakables sat in the observers section, along with, Harry's breath caught. Corvus Knott sat in the back row, watching with cool gray eyes. What's he doing here? Harry hissed. Public hearing, Bones said grimly. Anyone can attend. I'm sorry, Harry. I tried to have it closed, but Croaker insisted on transparency. How convenient, Dumbledore murmured, his eyes on Knott. I wonder who told him about the hearing. Before anyone could answer, a door at the front opened and 3 people in official-looking robes entered. The one in the center, a severe woman with iron-gray hair, took the central seat. This hearing is now in session, she announced. I am Judge Milbrook. We are here to determine the disposition of item Peverell 001, currently in the possession of Harry Potter. Mr. Croaker, present your case. Croaker stood smoothly. Thank you, Judge Milbrook. The Department of Mysteries has classified item Peverell 001, commonly known as the Peverell Invisibility Cloak, as a Class X dangerous object. This classification is based on the item's legendary properties, its connection to the so-called Deathly Hallows, and the risk it poses in inexperienced hands. He produced a stack of parchments. Our research indicates this cloak is not merely an invisibility device, but an artifact with properties that defy standard magical understanding. It cannot be summoned, cannot be damaged, and appears to function outside normal magical laws. Such an item, particularly one linked to death itself, represents an unacceptable risk if left in private hands. The department therefore recommends immediate confiscation and secure storage within our facilities, where it can be properly studied and protected from those who would misuse it. Millbrook looked to Bones. Response. Bones stood. The department's concerns are noted but ultimately irrelevant. Item Peverell 001 is Harry Potter's legal property, inherited through proper channels and confirmed by Gringotts. Mr. Potter is not under investigation for any crime, nor has he misused the item in any way. The Ministry has no legal grounds for confiscation. Furthermore, she continued, as of 1 hour ago, Mr. Potter has been recognized by the Wisengamot as Lord Peverell. The cloak is therefore not merely personal property but a family heirloom of an ancient house. The Ministry's power to confiscate such items is severely restricted. You would need to prove imminent threat to magical society, not merely potential risk. Croaker's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his knuckles whiten on the edge of the table. Lord Peverell or not, he's a child. Children cannot be trusted with dangerous magical items. Children are trusted with wands, Bones countered. With broomsticks. With pet creatures that could potentially harm them. Why is this different? Because the cloak is a hallow, Croaker said sharply. Because every historical account suggests that those who possess the hallows are driven to seek the others, to attempt mastery over death itself. Leaving it with a child, even a titled child, is reckless. Judge Millbrook, Dumbledore said, standing. May I speak? Proceed, Headmaster. I've studied the hallows for longer than anyone in this room has been alive. I can confirm they are dangerous, but not because of what they are. They're dangerous because of what people believe they are. Dumbledore looked at Croaker. The cloak is simply an exceptional invisibility device. Yes, it's unparalleled in quality and durability, but it's not cursed. It doesn't corrupt its owner. The danger comes from those who would kill to possess it, not from the item itself. Precisely our concern, Croaker said. The boy is a target. Every collector, every dark wizard who knows about the hallows will come for him. He'd be safer without it. He'd be safer behind walls built by the very people who want to study what he possesses. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. Forgive me if I don't see how Department of Mysteries custody is any different from a gilded cage. This is not a matter of custody arrangements, Croaker started. Actually, Harry said, standing up from his seat, it is. Everyone turned to look at him. Mr. Potter, Judge Millbrook said, you're not required to speak, but I want to. Harry walked to the center of the courtroom, acutely aware of every eye on him. Mr. Croaker is right. People will come after me because of the cloak. That's already happened. But taking it away won't make me safer, it'll just make me powerless. He pulled the cloak from his backpack and held it up. The silver-gray fabric caught the light, seeming to glow. This belonged to my family for 700 years. My ancestor Ignotus Peverell received it from death itself, according to the stories. And every Peverell since then has used it to survive, to protect their families, to live long enough to pass it on. Now it's mine. And I'm not giving it up because some department thinks they know better. I'm not giving it up because people might come after it. I'm definitely not giving it up so it can sit in a vault somewhere gathering dust while bureaucrats study it. Harry looked directly at Croaker. You want to protect people from the hallows? Then teach me how to use it properly. Help me learn to defend myself. But don't try to steal my inheritance because you're afraid of what might happen. The courtroom was silent. Millbrook cleared her throat. That was a passionate argument, Lord Peverell. However, passion doesn't change the legal realities. Actually, it does, Griphook said, standing. Judge Millbrook, I represent Lord Peverell's interests as his regent. The law is clear, the Ministry cannot confiscate property from an ancient house without proving imminent threat. Mr. Croker has provided theories and concerns, but no evidence of actual danger. The very existence of the cloak is evidence, Croker argued. It's a magnet for dark wizards, then arrest the dark wizards, Griphook interrupted. Don't punish the victim for possessing something others covet. By that logic, we should confiscate all valuable magical items from anyone who might be targeted. Furthermore, Bones added, Lord Peverell has already been attacked once. He used the cloak to escape and protect his cousin. If anything, the item has proven to be a defensive asset, not a liability. Millbrook looked between both sides, clearly troubled. I'm inclined to side with the defense, she said slowly. But I'm also sympathetic to the department's concerns. Perhaps a compromise? What kind of compromise? Harry asked warily. You keep the cloak, but you agree to certain restrictions. Regular check-ins with the Ministry to ensure it's not being misused. Limitations on where you can take it, who can know about it. And an agreement that if the situation changes, if you're targeted by dark wizards in a way that endangers others, the matter will be revisited. Harry's jaw clenched. It was better than outright confiscation, but it still felt like chains being wrapped around his freedom. No, he said clearly. Bones turned to him, surprise evident. Harry, no, Harry repeated, louder. I won't agree to be monitored like a criminal. I won't agree to restrictions on my own property. The cloak is mine. I've done nothing wrong. And I won't be punished for the crimes others might commit. Lord Peverell, Millbrook said, her voice hardening, I'm trying to find a middle ground here. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. I'm not the one making it difficult, Harry shot back. You are. The Ministry is. All I want is to be left alone with my family's property. If that's too much to ask, then I guess we'll see what the Wisengamot has to say about the Ministry confiscating a lord's inheritance without cause. The threat hung in the air. Millbrook's expression suggested she knew exactly what Harry was implying, a political battle that would make the Ministry look tyrannical and heavy-handed. Perhaps, Dumbledore said into the silence, we could reach a different arrangement. One that addresses the department's concerns without imposing unreasonable restrictions. I'm listening, Millbrook said tersely. Harry continues his magical education under my supervision. I'll personally ensure he understands the responsibility that comes with possessing such an item. In return, the Ministry acknowledges his right to keep it without monitoring or check-ins. If genuine concerns arise in the future, not theoretical dangers, but actual incidents, we can revisit the matter at that time. Millbrook looked to Croker. Director? Croker's expression was sour. I don't like it. But I recognize when I'm outmaneuvered. He looked at Harry. Fine. Keep your cloak, Lord Peverell. But understand this, the moment you misuse it, the moment it causes harm to others, we will take action. Legal niceties won't protect you then. Fair enough, Harry said. As long as we're clear that I haven't done anything wrong yet, and I don't appreciate being treated like I have. This hearing is concluded, Millbrook announced. Lord Peverell retains possession of item Peverell 001, with educational oversight provided by Headmaster Dumbledore. Next case, Harry barely heard the rest. It was over. He'd won. He clutched the cloak tighter and followed Bones, Griphook, and Dumbledore out of the courtroom. Only when they reached the corridor did he allow himself to breathe properly. Well handled, Griphook said, and there was definite approval in his tone now. You stood your ground when compromise would have been easier. That took courage. It also nearly backfired, Bones said, though she was smiling slightly. Judge Millbrook could have ruled against you out of sheer annoyance. But she didn't, Dumbledore said. Because Harry was right, and she knew it. The Ministry had no legal grounds for confiscation. They were hoping to intimidate him into accepting restrictions voluntarily. They were heading toward the lifts when a voice called out, Lord Peverell. A moment of your time. Harry turned to find Corvus not approaching, his expression pleasant, his movements unhurried. Up close, the resemblance to Theo was striking, the same grey eyes, the same aristocratic features. "Mr. Knott," Dumbledore said coldly. "I'm surprised you'd show your face here after your assault on Harry's home." "Assault?" Corvus raised an eyebrow. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean. I merely expressed interest in speaking with young Lord Peverell about his inheritance. Any misunderstanding has surely been cleared up by now." "You held me under a body bind," Harry said flatly. "You attacked the Aurors protecting me. Don't pretend that was a misunderstanding." "Ah, but can you prove it?" Corvus smiled thinly. "Witnesses can be mistaken, memories can be faulty. And I've been quite cooperative with the Ministry's investigation, providing alibis and documentation of my whereabouts. What do you want?" Harry asked, ignoring the implication that Corvus had somehow covered his tracks. "Simply to congratulate you on your victory today. And to extend an offer." Corvus pulled out a card, elegant black cardstock with silver lettering. "I am a scholar of ancient magic, Lord Peverell. The Hallows are my life's work. If you ever wish to truly understand what you possess, to learn its history and potential, I would be happy to share my knowledge." "I'll pass," Harry said. "A shame. But the offer stands." Corvus tucked the card into Harry's pocket before anyone could stop him. "You're very young, Lord Peverell. Youth brings passion and conviction, which is admirable. But it also brings naivety. The world is more complicated than heroes and villains. I hope you'll remember that." He walked away, leaving them all staring after him. "He's threatening you," Bones said. "In the most polite way possible, but that was absolutely a threat." "He's testing me," Harry countered. "Seeing how I react. Trying to get in my head." "Don't let him," Dumbledore said seriously. "Corvus is brilliant and dangerous, and he's been planning this for far longer than we've been preparing. Every interaction with him is a move in a larger game." Harry pulled out the card and looked at it. Simple text, "Corvus Knott, Scholar of Death Magic, by appointment only." On the back, written in elegant script, "For when you're ready to ask the right questions." Harry pocketed it. Let him plan. Let him threaten. "I'm not giving up the cloak." "No one's asking you to," Bones assured him. "But we need to be smart about this. Corvus has influence, resources, and apparently enough legal protection that we can't touch him for what happened at your house." "Then we watch him," Griphook said. "Carefully. And we prepare for his next move, because there will be one." They parted ways at the atrium, Bones back to her office, Griphook to Gringotts, and Harry with Dumbledore to the Floo. As they prepared to leave, Harry glanced back at the Ministry's grand entrance. Somewhere in this building, Unspeakables were probably already planning their next approach. And somewhere out there, Corvus Knott was scheming something worse. But for today, Harry had won. He'd kept his inheritance, claimed his title, and stood his ground against people who wanted to control him. It wasn't much. But it was a start. As they stepped into the Floo and green flames consumed them, Harry clutched the cloak and allowed himself a small smile. Death had chosen the Peverells. And now one Peverell, at least, had chosen to fight. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Choice of Death. The nightmares started 3 days after the Ministry hearing. Harry would dream of a woman's face, beautiful, with dark hair and kind eyes, but twisted in agony, her body consumed by silver flames. A boy's voice screaming. A man standing over the burning body, his hands raised, his face a mask of desperate concentration that slowly crumbled into horror. Harry would wake gasping, the cloak tangled around him, his sheets soaked with sweat. It took him 2 nights to realize these weren't his nightmares. They were Theo's memories, somehow bleeding through their connection. On the 3rd night, when the dream came again, Harry didn't fight it. He let himself sink into the vision, let himself feel what Theo had felt, the terror of watching his mother die, the helplessness of being too young to understand what was happening, the moment when he realized his father had killed her. When Harry woke this time, he understood something he hadn't before. Corvus Knott wasn't just obsessed with death magic. He was trying to undo his greatest mistake. And he'd sacrifice anything, including his own son, to succeed. Harry put on the cloak and slipped out into the night. He found Theo in their usual meeting spot, the park's community center roof. The older boy sat with his legs dangling over the edge, staring at nothing. "You felt it too," Theo said without turning around. "The dreams." "Yeah." Harry climbed up beside him, keeping the cloak around his shoulders. "How long have you been having them?" "Since I was 8. Sometimes they fade for months, but they always come back." Theo's voice was hollow. "Father thinks I don't remember. He's convinced himself I was too young, that I've forgotten. But I remember everything." "Why haven't you told anyone?" "Who would I tell?" Theo laughed bitterly. "The ministry? They'd take me away from him, put me in an orphanage or with some distant relative who doesn't care. At least this way, I can watch him. Try to stop him before he hurts anyone else." Harry thought about that. Thought about what it must be like to live with someone you loved who'd also destroyed your life. "You don't have to do this alone anymore. You have me. And Dumbledore knows," "Dumbledore suspects," Theo corrected. "I haven't told him the details. Haven't told anyone the full story." He finally looked at Harry. "Except you, apparently. How did you see my memories?" "I don't know. The cloak, maybe. It shows me things sometimes. Teaches me." Harry pulled the fabric tighter. "It's been getting stronger lately. More aware. Or you're getting more aware of it." Theo studied him. "You've changed since you got that thing. You move differently. Think differently. It's like you're becoming part of Death's world," Harry finished. "I know. Dumbledore's worried about it too, though he tries not to show it." They sat in silence for a while, watching the sleeping suburb below. Finally, Theo spoke again. "Father made contact yesterday. Sent me a letter." Harry tensed. "What did it say?" "That he wants to see me. Discuss my future education." Theo pulled a folded parchment from his pocket. "He knows I've been avoiding him. Knows something's changed. He's getting suspicious. Don't go. I have to. If I refuse, he'll know for certain I'm working against him." Theo unfolded the letter, and Harry could see elegant handwriting similar to what had been on Corvus's card. "He wants to meet in 3 days. At Knott Manor. Says he has something important to show me. It's a trap. Probably. But it's also an opportunity." Theo looked at Harry with fierce determination. "Whatever he's planning, whatever he wants to show me, it's connected to the Hallows. To his grand plan. If I can find out what it is, we might be able to stop him. By walking into his house alone. That's suicide. Not alone." Theo's eyes gleamed. "You have an invisibility cloak. Come with me." Harry stared at him. "You want me to sneak into Knott Manor? Where your father, the man who attacked my home and tried to kidnap me, lives?" "Yes. That's insane." "It's necessary." Theo leaned forward intently. "Listen, Harry. My father is close to something. I can feel it. The way he's been acting, the things he's been researching, he's found a breakthrough. If we wait for him to make his move, it'll be too late. We need to know what he knows, and we need to know it now. Dumbledore would never approve, so don't tell him." Theo's voice was hard. "I know what I'm asking. I know it's dangerous. But sometimes you have to choose between what's safe and what's right." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. They were almost exactly what his mother had written in the fairy tale book: "May you always choose kindness over cleverness, and love over power." Theo was choosing love. Love for his father, twisted and painful as it was. Love for the man Corvus had been before grief destroyed him. And he was willing to risk everything to save that man from himself. Could Harry do any less? 3 days, Harry said finally. We prepare properly. We have backup plans. And if anything goes wrong, anything at all, we run. Agreed? Relief flooded Theo's face. Agreed. They spent the next hour planning. Theo would accept his father's invitation, act natural, keep Corvus occupied. Harry would arrive invisible, explore the manor, look for research notes or clues about the Death Gate ritual. They'd use a pair of enchanted coins, Theo had 2 from a set his mother had given him, to communicate silently. It wasn't a great plan. It had about 1,000 ways to go wrong. But it was the only plan they had. When Harry finally returned home, dawn was breaking. He slipped into his room, removed the cloak, and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. In 3 days, he'd be breaking into the home of one of the most dangerous wizards in Britain. A man who'd already tried to kidnap him once. A man obsessed with controlling death itself. Harry should be terrified. Should be second-guessing this decision. Instead, he felt strangely calm. The cloak lay beside him, its presence reassuring, and for the first time since this all started, Harry felt like he was taking control of the situation instead of just reacting to it. He closed his eyes and slept without dreams. The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Harry told Dumbledore he was feeling ill and needed to skip their next lesson, a lie that made his stomach twist with guilt, but a necessary one. The headmaster would never approve this plan, would insist on waiting for more information, for safer options. But Harry was done waiting. Done being protected and managed and kept in the dark for his own good. He practiced with the cloak obsessively, learning to move in complete silence, to sense magic more accurately, to hide his presence so thoroughly that even detection spells slid past him. The cloak seemed to approve, teaching him tricks he hadn't known were possible. He also practiced with his wand, drilling the defensive spells Dumbledore had taught him until the movements were muscle memory. Shield charm, stunning spell, disarming charm. He couldn't match an adult wizard in power, but maybe he could be fast enough, clever enough to survive. On the morning of the 3rd day, a letter arrived via owl. Theo's elegant handwriting read simply, "Tonight. 8 p.m. Don't be late." Harry spent the day in a state of focused calm. He helped Aunt Petunia with chores without complaint, played a game of cards with Dudley, who was still being uncharacteristically civil, and ate dinner with the Dursleys like it was a normal evening. At 7:45, he excused himself to his room. At 7:50, he put on the cloak, climbed out his window, and dropped silently into the garden. Theo was waiting at the designated spot 3 streets over, looking pale but determined. He pressed one of the enchanted coins into Harry's invisible hand. "Ready?" Theo whispered. "As I'll ever be." They operated, side along, with Theo doing the spell work, and the world compressed and twisted. Harry had experienced apparition once before, but it was still deeply unpleasant. When they materialized, he stumbled, his stomach churning. "Sorry," Theo muttered. "Should have warned you. It gets easier." Harry looked around and his breath caught. Knot Manor was beautiful in a cold, austere way. The house was old, centuries old, from the look of it, built of grey stone that seemed to drink in the moonlight. Tall windows glowed with warm light, and the grounds were immaculate, with formal gardens and ancient trees that whispered in the evening breeze. It looked like a place from a fairy tale. The kind where terrible things happened. "The wards recognize me," Theo said quietly, though there was no one around to hear. "I can get us through the main entrance. Once we're inside, stay close until I can get you to Father's study. That's where he keeps his important research." They approached the front door. Theo touched his wand to the handle, and Harry felt a wash of magic pass over them, examining, evaluating, then accepting. The door swung open silently. Inside, the manor was even more impressive. High ceilings, dark wood paneling, portraits of severe-looking ancestors watching from the walls. Everything spoke of old money, old power, old blood. A house elf appeared with a pop, making Harry jump. The creature wore a pristine pillowcase embroidered with the knot crest. "Master Theodore," the elf squeaked. "Master Corvus is waiting in the drawing room. Tibbsy is to bring you directly." "Thank you, Tibbsy." Theo's voice was carefully neutral. "I'll make my own way. I want to freshen up first." The elf looked uncertain but bobbed its head and vanished. Theo waited until they were alone, then whispered, "Study is on the 3rd floor, east wing. I'll keep father occupied downstairs. You have 1 hour, if you're not out by then, I can't guarantee he won't notice something's wrong." Harry squeezed the coin once in acknowledgement. They'd established that as their signal for "understood." Theo headed toward the drawing room, and Harry began to climb the stairs. The manor was enormous, and Harry quickly realized he could get lost easily. He moved carefully, checking each corridor before entering, using the cloak's awareness to sense where people were. He passed several house elves going about their duties, but none of them detected him. The 3rd floor was quieter. Most of the rooms here seemed unused, their doors closed and dusty. Harry moved down the east wing, checking each door until he found one that radiated magic, stronger than the others, more complex. The study. The door was locked and warded. Harry examined the magic carefully, using the sense the cloak had taught him. The wards were designed to keep out intruders and alert Corvus to any breach. But they were designed to detect wizards. Living, breathing, magically active wizards. Harry wrapped the cloak tighter and reached deep into that strange connection he'd developed with it. "Hide me. Not just from sight, but from magic itself. Make me nothing. Make me shadow." The cloak responded, and Harry felt himself change. It wasn't invisibility, it was absence. A void where he stood, a gap in reality. He touched the door handle. The wards flickered, searching for something to detect, and found nothing. Confused, they let him pass. Inside, the study was exactly what Harry expected, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves crammed with ancient texts, a massive desk covered in parchments and diagrams, and several tables holding various magical instruments and artifacts. Harry let himself become visible again, no point wasting energy maintaining that level of concealment, and began searching. The desk was covered in research notes. Harry recognized some of the symbols from his lessons with Dumbledore, alchemical notations, runic arrays, ritual diagrams. But others were completely foreign, dark and twisted in a way that made his skin crawl. One parchment caught his eye. It was a map of England with 3 locations marked: Godric's Hollow, the Gaunt Shack, and Hogwarts. Each location had notes beside it. Godric's Hollow, site of the first Hallows creation. Blood of the original owner may still remain in the earth. Ritual anchor. Gaunt Shack, Stone's last known location. Search continues. Riddle connection requires investigation. Hogwarts, wand currently in Dumbledore's possession. Acquisition problematic. Alternative approach needed. Harry's blood ran cold. Corvus knew where the Hallows were. Or at least, where he thought they were. He kept searching, pulling out drawers, checking behind books. In the bottom drawer of the desk, hidden under a false bottom, he found it, a leather-bound journal, unmarked except for a symbol burned into the cover. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Harry opened it and began to read. Year 1, my research begins. Ophelia's death has shown me the weakness of our world. We claim mastery over magic, yet we cannot save those we love from the one fate that claims us all. This is unacceptable. Year 5, the Hallows are real. I have found evidence in texts long thought lost. 3 objects, created by death itself, or by 3 brothers clever enough to cheat death. Either way, they represent the key to understanding mortality. Year 10, Theo grows distant. He doesn't understand. He's too young to remember his mother, too young to feel the emptiness she left behind. I must work faster. I must find the Hallows before time steals more from me. Year 15, Breakthrough. The Hallows are not merely objects of power. They are keys. 3 locks that, when opened simultaneously, create a threshold, a doorway into death's realm itself. The ancient texts call it the Death Gate. Through it, one could bargain directly with death. Could trade. Could change the rules. Year 17, the Potter boy has the cloak. Gringotts confirmed the inheritance. This is fortune beyond measure. The boy is young, malleable. If I can convince him to join my cause willingly, we could achieve this together. If not, well. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Harry's hands shook as he turned the pages. The entries became more frantic, more desperate. Year 19, the stone eludes me still. But I've narrowed the search. Riddle had it once, used it to create his Horcrux. If I can find his remaining anchors, one may lead to the stone. Year 20, Theodore suspects. I see it in his eyes, the way he watches me. He's been sabotaging my work, I'm certain of it now. My own son, turned against me by Dumbledore's lies. It doesn't matter. I'm too close to stop now. The ritual requires 3 elements, the Hallows united. A site of power where the barrier between life and death is thin. And a sacrifice, life freely given in exchange for passage through the gate. Ophelia will understand. When I bring her back, when I show her what I've done to reach her, she'll forgive everything. Harry stopped reading. He felt sick. Corvus wasn't planning to control death. He was planning to break into death's realm itself, to physically cross over and drag his wife back. And he needed the Hallows to do it. The coin in Harry's pocket vibrated twice, Theo's warning signal. Someone was coming. Harry shoved the journal back into its hiding place, quickly rearranged the desk to look undisturbed, and wrapped the cloak around himself just as the door opened. Corvus entered, Theo behind him. The older wizard's expression was pleasant, but his eyes swept the room with sharp awareness. Something felt off about the wards, Corvus said conversationally. A slight fluctuation. You didn't happen to come up here while I was fetching the wine, did you, Theodore? No, father. Theo's voice was steady. I've been downstairs the whole time. Corvus moved to the desk, his fingers trailing over the parchments. Strange. I could have sworn. He trailed off, then turned abruptly. No matter. Come, let me show you what I wanted to discuss. He led Theo to one of the artifact tables. On it sat a small wooden box, similar to the one Harry's cloak had arrived in. Do you know what this is? Corvus asked. No, sir. A soul box. Used by ancient wizards to store memories, pieces of themselves, for posterity. Corvus opened it carefully, revealing a swirling silver mist inside. This one contains your mother's final memories. The day she died. Theo went very still. Why would you? Because I want you to see the truth. Corvus's voice was intense now. You've been told I killed her. That my magic went wrong, that I'm responsible for her death. But that's not what happened, Theodore. Watch. See for yourself. He pulled the memory from the box with his wand and cast it into the air. It solidified into a scene, a woman lying in bed, her face wan and drawn, her body ravaged by some terrible illness. A younger Corvus sat beside her, holding her hand. Please, the memory Corvus begged. Let me try the ritual. Let me save you. You'll kill yourself trying, memory Ophelia whispered. The magic is too strong. Too dangerous. I don't care. I can't lose you. Theo can't lose you. Corvus, she coughed, blood flecking her lips. Promise me. If this doesn't work, if I don't make it, promise you'll let me go. Promise you'll take care of our son and not let grief destroy you. I promise, memory. Corvus lied. The scene shifted. Corvus performing the ritual, magic flowing from his wand in complex patterns. Ophelia screaming as the magic touched her, her body convulsing. Young Theo running into the room, his face a mask of horror. And then the magic went wrong. Corvus lost control, and the power that was supposed to heal instead consumed. Ophelia burned from within, her screams cutting off as her body turned to ash. The memory faded. Harry stood frozen, invisible, horror and pity warring in his chest. Because now he understood, Corvus hadn't meant to kill his wife. He'd been trying to save her and failed catastrophically. That didn't make what he was planning now any less wrong. But it made him more tragic. More human. You see. Corvus said to Theo, his voice thick with emotion. It was an accident. A terrible accident. But I can fix it, Theodore. With the Hallows, I can undo my mistake. I can bring her back properly, the way I should have saved her the first time. Father, Theo said quietly. Mother's gone. She's been gone for 12 years. This obsession, it's destroying you. It's saving me. Corvus turned on him fiercely. Every day without her is agony. Every breath I take while she's trapped in death's realm is a betrayal. Don't you understand? I can fix this. I can make our family whole again. At what cost? Theo's voice rose. You're planning ritual sacrifices. Planning to tear open reality itself. Mother wouldn't want this. She'd be horrified by what you've become. Corvus's expression went cold. What I've become? And what have you become, Theodore? A traitor. A saboteur. Working with Dumbledore, with that Potter boy, actively undermining your own father's work. You knew. Of course I knew. Did you think I wouldn't notice my research going missing? My notes being altered? I've known for months. Corvus pulled out his wand. I gave you chances to come back to me. To see reason. But you've chosen your side. There are no sides. Theo shouted. There's just a father who can't accept his wife is dead and a son trying to save him from himself. Then you've failed. Corvus raised his wand. Incarcerus. Ropes shot from the wand, wrapping around Theo before he could react. The boy fell, struggling against the bindings. I'm sorry it came to this, Corvus said, and he actually sounded sorry. But I can't have you interfering. Not when I'm so close. You'll stay here, in the manor, until the ritual is complete. Then you'll understand. Then you'll see that everything I've done was worth it. He turned to leave, then paused. His eyes swept the room one more time, and for a horrible moment, Harry thought Corvus was looking right at him. I know you're here, Harry Potter, Corvus said softly. The cloak hides you from my sight, from my magic, but I can feel death's presence in this room. That's what the cloak really is, you see, a piece of death itself, worn like skin. Harry's heart hammered, but he forced himself to stay absolutely still. I'm going to leave now, Corvus continued. I'm going to let you think about what you've seen here. My son, bound and helpless because he chose to oppose me. That will be the fate of anyone who stands between me and my goal. He moved toward the door. When you're ready to talk, really talk, not fight, you know how to reach me. We could help each other, Harry. The cloak for safe passage through the death gate. A trade that benefits us both. He left, the door closing softly behind him. Harry waited 30 seconds, then pulled off the cloak and rushed to Theo. Are you all right? Fine. The ropes are just standard binding spells. Theo struggled against them. Can you untie them? Harry pulled out his wand. I don't know the counter spell, finite incantatem. Point your wand at the ropes and say it with intent. Finite incantatem. The ropes fell away. Theo stood, rubbing his wrists. We need to leave, Harry said. Now. Before your father comes back. No. Theo's voice was hard. We need to stop him. Tonight. How? We don't have the resources, don't have backup, we have you. Theo grabbed Harry's shoulders. You heard what he said. He's close to completing his preparations. If we leave now, if we wait for Dumbledore to coordinate a response, it might be too late. So what do you want to do? Destroy his research. Everything in this study, his notes, his diagrams, his artifacts. Without them, he can't complete the ritual even if he gets all 3 Hallows. Harry looked around the study. Hundreds of books, decades of research, irreplaceable notes and discoveries. Destroying it all felt wrong somehow, like burning down a library. But keeping it intact meant Corvus could continue his plan. Could hurt people. Could potentially tear open reality in his desperate attempt to reverse death. All right, Harry said. How do we do it? Fiend fire, Theo said. Cursed fire that consumes everything it touches. I know the incantation, but I've never cast it before. It's incredibly dangerous. If I lose control, it could consume the whole manor. Then let me do it. Harry, you're 9, and I have a cloak made by death itself, Harry interrupted. If anyone's going to cast a spell that involves death magic, it should be me. Theo hesitated, then nodded. All right. But the moment you cast it, we run. Fiend fire doesn't stop burning until there's nothing left to consume. Not even a fully trained wizard can control it for long. He taught Harry the incantation, made him practice the wand movement. It was a complex, vicious gesture, like slashing open a wound. Ready? Theo asked. Harry nodded. He raised his wand, focused on the intent, not just fire, but cleansing, destruction, the end of something terrible before it could grow worse. Fiend fire. The spell erupted from his wand in a gout of cursed flame. But unlike the normal orange-red fire Harry expected, this burned silver-gray, the same color as his cloak. The flames took shape, not random, but deliberate, forming into the shape of a massive bird, a phoenix made of death fire. It spread across the study with terrifying speed, consuming books, parchments, artifacts. Everything it touched turned to ash, and the ash itself burned until nothing remained. Go! Theo shouted. Now! They ran. Behind them, the fire spread, chasing them down the corridor. Harry could hear it roaring, could feel its heat at his back. They took the stairs 3 at a time, burst out the front door, and kept running across the grounds. Behind them, Not Manor was engulfed in silver flames. The windows exploded outward from the heat. The ancient timbers groaned and collapsed. The beautiful, terrible house was dying. And somewhere inside, Corvus Knott's life's work was turning to ash. They didn't stop running until they reached the property's edge. Only then did they turn back to watch the inferno. He's going to kill us, Theo said quietly. When he finds out what we've done, he's going to hunt us down and kill us. Let him try, Harry said, though his voice shook. We did the right thing. Your mother would be proud. I hope so. Theo's voice broke. Because I just destroyed my childhood home and betrayed my father for good. This had better have been worth it. They stood in silence, watching the fire burn. House elves appeared on the lawn, having escaped the flames, staring at their destroyed home with wide, terrified eyes. Harry pulled out his wand and cast the Patronus charm Dumbledore had just taught him. A silver stag erupted from his wand, not as solid as Dumbledore's, but real enough. Find Dumbledore, Harry told it. Tell him we need help. Not Manor. Now. The stag galloped away into the night. 20 minutes later, Dumbledore brought onto the scene with Amelia Bones and a squad of Aurors. They took in the burning manor, the shaken house elves, and the two boys standing at the property's edge. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "Explain," he said simply. So they did. Told him everything, the infiltration, the journal, the confrontation with Corvus, the decision to destroy the research. When they finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. "You could have died," he said finally. "Both of you. Fiendfire is not a spell for children to cast. It could have consumed you both." "But it didn't," Harry said. "No. It didn't." Dumbledore looked at the burning manor. "And you've set back Corvus's plans significantly. Without his research, he'll need years to reconstruct his theories." "Are we in trouble?" Theo asked quietly. "That depends on your definition of trouble." Dumbledore's tone was dry. "You broke into a private residence, destroyed property worth millions of galleons, and cast one of the most dangerous spells in existence. So yes, Theodore, I'd say you're in considerable trouble. But, however," Dumbledore interrupted, "you also prevented what could have been a catastrophic ritual and likely saved countless lives. Context matters." He looked at both boys seriously. "I'm not condoning what you did. You should have come to me, should have trusted adults to handle this. But I understand why you didn't, and I respect the courage it took to act when you felt you had no choice." Amelia Bones approached. "We'll need full statements from both of you. And Theo, I'm afraid we'll need to place you under ministry protection until we can locate your father and bring him in for questioning." "What about Harry?" Theo asked. "Corvus threatened him directly. Said he'd come for the cloak." "Harry has the Dursleys' blood wards and Dumbledore's oversight," Bones said. "But we'll increase patrols in Little Whinging, just to be safe." They spent the next several hours at the ministry, giving statements to Aurors, being examined by healers to ensure the fiendfire hadn't caused magical damage. By the time they were finished, dawn was breaking. Dumbledore took Harry home via sidelong apparition. They landed in the back garden of number 4, and the headmaster walked him to the door. "Harry," Dumbledore said before they went inside. "What you did tonight, it was brave and foolish in equal measure. You saved Theo's life and crippled Corvus's plans, but you also put yourself in terrible danger." "I know. Do you?" "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're starting to believe the cloak makes you invincible. That death's protection means nothing can harm you." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. "That's exactly the kind of thinking that destroyed the first brother in the tale. Arrogance kills, Harry, even when it's dressed up as courage." "I'm not arrogant," Harry protested. I had to help Theo. Had to stop Corvus before he hurt anyone else. And that impulse is admirable. But next time, and there will be a next time, please trust me enough to ask for help before charging into danger." Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You're not alone in this fight, Harry. You have allies, friends, people who care about your safety. Use them." Harry nodded, chastened. They went inside. The Dursleys were still asleep, thankfully. Harry trudged upstairs to his bedroom, exhausted beyond words. He laid the cloak on his bed and looked at it. The silver-gray fabric was unmarked by the fiendfire, pristine as always. "You changed the fire," Harry said quietly. "Made it silver instead of orange. Why?" The cloak, as always, didn't answer in words. But Harry felt its response: approval, pride, and something else. Something like recognition. The fiendfire had been Deathfire because Harry had cast it while connected to Death's own artifact. The cloak hadn't just protected him from the flames, it had made them his. Harry was changing. Becoming something more than just a boy with an invisibility cloak. The connection between him and Death was growing stronger, deeper, more fundamental. He should be scared. Should be worried about what he was becoming. Instead, he felt ready. Corvus would come back. Would hunt for the cloak with renewed desperation now that his research was destroyed. And when he did, Harry would be waiting. Not as a victim. Not as a child hiding from danger. As someone who'd looked into death's fire and made it his own. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Master of Death. The winter came early that year, and with it, silence. 6 weeks passed after the burning of Knot Manor, and Corvus not vanished as completely as if he'd never existed. The Ministry searched. Dumbledore's network of contacts searched. Even the goblins at Gringotts, who had their own reasons for wanting to locate him, came up empty. It was as if he'd stepped through the death gate he'd been trying to open. Harry spent those weeks in a state of constant vigilance. Every shadow might hide an attack. Every owl delivery might carry a curse. He slept with his wand under his pillow and the cloak within arm's reach, and even then, he barely slept. Theo had it worse. The Ministry had placed him in protective custody, a polite term for house arrest, in a secure location that not even Harry could visit. Dumbledore assured Harry that the boy was safe, being looked after, but Harry caught the worry in the headmaster's eyes when he thought no one was looking. December arrived with frost and fog, and number 4 Privet Drive transformed into something from a holiday card, twinkling lights, a wreath on the door, the smell of Aunt Petunia's baking drifting through the house. It should have felt peaceful. Instead, it felt like the calm before a catastrophic storm. On December 20th, 5 days before Christmas and 3 days before Harry's 10th birthday, everything changed. The letter arrived with the evening post, delivered by a bedraggled owl that looked like it had flown through a hurricane. Plain parchment, no seal, written in handwriting Harry didn't recognize, Godric's Hollow. The ruins of your parents' home. Midnight on the 23rd. Come alone, or Theodore not dies. Bring the cloak. Harry's blood turned to ice. He grabbed his coat and ran to Mrs. Figg's house, bursting through her door without knocking. The old woman looked up from her tea, took one look at his face, and said, "What's happened?" Harry showed her the letter. Mrs. Figg's expression went grim. Corvus. He has Theo. But how? The Ministry said he was in protective custody, that he was safe. Clearly he wasn't safe enough. She stood quickly. We need to inform Dumbledore immediately. And Amelia Bones. They'll know what to know. Harry's voice was flat. The letter says come alone. If I bring help, Theo dies. Harry, you can't possibly be considering. I'm not considering. I'm going. Harry met her eyes steadily. Theo saved my life. Betrayed his father for me. I won't abandon him now. Then let us help you properly. We can set up an ambush, have Aurors waiting hidden, Corvus will know. He's too smart, too careful. He'll have detection spells, wards, countermeasures. Harry folded the letter carefully. But he won't expect me to actually give him what he wants. Mrs. Figg's eyes widened. You're going to give him the cloak. I'm going to offer him something better. Harry touched the cloak through his pocket. A choice. The real choice, the one the third brother made. The one Corvus has been too blind to see. I don't understand. Neither do I, not completely. But the cloak's been teaching me, showing me things. Harry pulled out the cloak, let the silver-gray fabric pool in his hands. It's not about mastering death. It's never been about that. It's about accepting it. Understanding it. Becoming its friend instead of its enemy. That's very philosophical, dear, but Corvus is not interested in philosophy. He wants power. He wants his wife back. And I'm going to show him why he can't have her. Harry stood. Tell Dumbledore where I've gone. Tell him to wait until 12:30 before he comes. That should give me enough time. Enough time for what? To end this. One way or another. He left before she could argue further, running back to Privet Drive through the dark streets. The Dursleys were watching television when he burst in. "I'm going out," Harry announced. "I might not be back tonight." Vernon looked up, startled. "What? No, you're not. It's late, it's cold, and you're not going anywhere without, someone's life is at stake," Harry interrupted. "A friend. The only real friend I have in the magical world. I'm going to help him, and you can't stop me." He headed for the stairs, but Aunt Petunia's voice stopped him. "Harry. Wait." He turned. She stood in the doorway to the kitchen, her hands twisted in her apron, her face pale. "This friend," she said quietly. "He matters to you?" "Yes." "Then you'll need this." She disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a small bundle wrapped in cloth. "Your mother's wand. I kept it. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't bear to let them take everything from her." Harry unwrapped it with shaking hands. The wand was beautiful, 10¼ inches, made of willow, just as Mr. Ollivander had said. It felt warm in his hands, welcoming. "I don't understand," Harry said. "You hated magic." "Hated my parents for being magical." "I hated that magic took my sister away from me," Petunia corrected. "That she chose a world where she could be murdered for being too good, too brave, too willing to stand against evil." Her voice cracked. "But I never hated her. And I never hated you, not really. I didn't know how to love you without remembering everything I lost." Harry stared at his aunt, this woman who'd locked him in a cupboard, who'd fed him scraps, who'd made his life miserable for 9 years. And saw, perhaps for the first time, the grief beneath the cruelty. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Don't thank me. Just come back alive." She turned away quickly, but not before Harry saw the tears on her cheeks. In his room, Harry prepared carefully. His own wand in his right pocket, his mother's in his left. The cloak folded in his backpack. The portkey stone Dumbledore had given him, though he doubted he'd use it. And the fairy tale book, open to "The Tale of the Three Brothers," his mother's notes visible in the margins. "Remember, Harry, the wise man knew when to hide and when to emerge. The cloak was never meant for running away forever. Only for surviving long enough to live fully." Harry closed the book and tucked it into his backpack as well. Then he sat on his bed and waited for midnight to approach. At 11:30, he put on the cloak and climbed out his window. The street was empty, frost glittering on every surface. Harry walked to the end of Privet Drive, then pulled out his wand and focused on the destination, Godric's Hollow. The apparition was rough, he'd never done it alone before, but he managed. The world compressed and twisted, and he materialized in a narrow lane between old houses. Godric's Hollow was beautiful even in darkness. Old cottages with thatched roofs, a church with a tall steeple, streets that curved and wound like they'd been here for centuries. In the square, a war memorial stood sentinel, and Harry knew that to magical eyes, it would show something else entirely, a memorial to his parents. He made his way through the village, following instinct and the cloak's subtle guidance. Finally, at the end of a lane, he found it, a ruin behind a high hedge, invisible to Muggle eyes but clear to him. His parents' house. Or what was left of it. One wall had been blown apart completely, the roof was caved in, and the rooms were exposed to the elements. But something kept the ruin standing, magic, probably. Memorial magic, preserving the place where Voldemort had fallen and the boy who lived had been born. Harry stepped through the broken gate, his heart hammering. The cloak whispered warnings, danger ahead, powerful magic, a trap waiting to spring. He knew. He'd known from the moment he read the letter. In the center of the ruined living room, bound to a chair with heavy chains, sat Theo. His face was bruised, his clothes torn. But he was alive, conscious, and when he saw Harry appear, visible by choice, not by accident, his eyes widened in horror. "No," Theo croaked. "Harry, run. It's a trap." "Yes, I know." Harry stepped fully into the room. "Hello, Mr. Knott. I got your invitation." Corvus Knott stepped out of the shadows, his wand trained steadily on Harry. He looked terrible, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his expensive robes hanging loose on a frame that had lost too much weight. The burning of his manor had clearly cost him more than just his research. "Lord Peverell." Corvus's voice was hoarse. "Thank you for coming. And thank you for ignoring the instruction to come alone. I can sense at least 3 tracking charms on your person. Dumbledore's work, I assume. He likes to keep tabs on me. How prudent. It won't help him arrive in time, but I appreciate the effort." Corvus gestured with his wand. "The cloak. Give it to me. Now." "No," Harry said calmly. Corvus's wand moved slightly, pointing at Theo. "Then your friend dies. If you kill Theo, I destroy the cloak." Harry pulled out his mother's wand, pointed it at his own backpack. "Fiend fire. 1 word, and death's gift burns. You'll never get another chance at it. You're bluffing." "I burned your house down," Harry reminded him. "With fiend fire that I'd never cast before. Do you really think I'm bluffing?" They stared at each other, locked in a battle of wills. Finally, Corvus lowered his wand fractionally. "What do you want?" he asked. "To talk. Really talk, not threaten or bargain or fight. Just talk." Harry tucked his mother's wand away, a show of trust. "You've been searching for the Hallows for 20 years. You've sacrificed everything, your home, your son's childhood, your own sanity. And you're still no closer to bringing your wife back. You know nothing about, I know she wouldn't want this." Harry's voice was gentle. "I saw her memory, remember? The one you showed Theo. She made you promise to let her go if the healing ritual failed. Made you promise not to let grief destroy you. She didn't know what she was asking. Didn't she?" Harry pulled out the cloak, held it up. "This is Death's gift, Mr. Knott. The real one, not the story version. And it's been teaching me things. Showing me what it means to truly understand death." "Spare me the philosophy lesson, death is not the enemy," Harry interrupted. "Suffering is. Pain is. Grief is. But death itself? It's just a transition. A door we all walk through eventually. Your wife walked through that door 12 years ago. She's at peace now, Mr. Knott. The only one still suffering is you. You're a child," Corvus spat. "You don't understand. You've never lost someone you loved more than life itself." "You're right. I haven't." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "My parents died when I was 15 months old. I don't remember them. Don't remember my mother's voice or my father's laugh. All I have are stories and a few photographs and this cloak that's supposed to be my connection to them." He took a step closer. "But you know what the cloak taught me? That they're not really gone. They're part of me. In my blood, in my magic, in the choices I make every day. Death took their bodies, but it couldn't take their love. It couldn't take what they meant to me." "Pretty words," Corvus said, but his voice shook. "But they don't bring anyone back." "No. They don't. Because that's not how it works." Harry looked at Theo, then back to Corvus. "Your wife loved you. Loved Theo. She died trying to be healthy for you both. And now you're dishonoring that sacrifice by destroying yourself trying to undo it. I can save her, you can't." Harry's shout echoed through the ruins. "Even if you opened the death gate, even if you somehow pulled her back through, she wouldn't be her anymore. She'd be like the second brother's lost love, cold and distant, trapped between worlds. Is that what you want? To condemn her to that?" Corvus's wand wavered. "You don't know that. The ritual could work. Could bring her back properly, at what cost? Theo's voice was rough but strong. "Father, please. Listen to him. Harry's right. Mother wouldn't want this. She'd be horrified by what you've become. Don't you dare tell me what your mother would want." Corvus turned on his son. "You were 8 years old. You barely remember her." "I remember her smile," Theo said quietly. "I remember how she sang to me when I had nightmares. I remember how she smelled like lavender and old books. And I remember her telling me that love meant letting people make their own choices, even when those choices hurt us." "She chose to die, she chose to stop suffering," Theo corrected. "There's a difference. And you promised her you'd let her go. You promised, Father. And you broke that promise. You broke it and spent 12 years spiraling deeper into madness, and I've been watching you die inch by inch just like she did." Tears were streaming down Corvus's face now. "I can't let her go. I don't know how." "Yes, you do." Harry held out the cloak. "Take it. Put it on. See what it shows you. This is a trick, it's not. I swear it." Harry's voice was earnest. "The cloak shows people the truth about death. That's its real power, not invisibility. Put it on, and it will show you what you need to see." Corvus stared at the offered cloak, his expression warring between desperate hope and deep suspicion. Finally, slowly, he reached out and took it. The moment the fabric touched his hands, he gasped. "She's here," he whispered. "I can feel her. Ophelia, I can feel you." Harry couldn't see what Corvus was seeing, the cloak showed each person their own truth. But he could guess. Corvus was finally feeling his wife's presence, not as something to be reclaimed or resurrected, but as a memory, a love that transcended death itself. "She's telling me to let her go," Corvus said, his voice breaking. "She's telling me she's at peace. That she loves me, loves Theo, but that we can't follow her. Not yet. Not like this." He wrapped the cloak around himself and vanished from sight. For a long moment, the ruined living room was silent except for Theo's ragged breathing. Then Corvus reappeared, the cloak falling from his shoulders. He looked different. Older, more tired, but also somehow lighter. Like a terrible weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice raw. "Theo, I'm so sorry. For everything. For failing your mother, for failing you, for becoming the monster I swore I'd never be." He waved his wand and the chains around Theo vanished. The boy stood on shaking legs and stared at his father. "Is it really over?" Theo asked. "The Hallows, the ritual, all of it?" "Yes." Corvus looked at Harry. "Keep the cloak, Lord Peverell. You understand it better than I ever could. And thank you. For showing me what I was too blind to see." "What will you do now?" Harry asked. "Turn myself into the ministry. Face justice for my crimes. Try to." Corvus looked at his son. "Try to be the father I should have been. If Theo will let me." "I will," Theo said quietly. "But it won't be easy. And it won't be quick. You hurt me, Father. For years. Trust has to be rebuilt. I know. And I'll spend however long it takes." Corvus held out his wand to Harry. "As a sign of good faith. I'm unarmed. No longer a threat." Harry took the wand carefully and tucked it into his pocket. "The ministry will want to question you. About everything. Let them." Corvus managed a ghost of a smile. "I have nothing left to hide." A sharp crack of apparition announced Dumbledore's arrival, followed rapidly by Amelia Bones and half a dozen Aurors. They swept into the ruins with wands raised, ready for battle. They found instead something unexpected, a reformed dark wizard standing peacefully beside his son, and a 9-year-old boy holding an invisibility cloak and looking far too calm for someone who'd just been in mortal danger. "Well, Dumbledore said after a moment of stunned silence. This is not what I expected. Me neither, Harry admitted. But it worked out. Bones moved forward, her wand trained on Corvus. Corvus not, you're under arrest for kidnapping, assault, illegal research into forbidden magic, and about 17 other charges we'll discuss at the Ministry. You have the right to, I waive my rights, Corvus interrupted. I confess to everything. I'll provide full disclosure of my research, my contacts, my methods. I'm done running. The Aurors moved in, binding Corvus with conjured ropes and confiscating his remaining possessions. Through it all, Corvus kept his eyes on Theo, and the boy stared back, expression complex, pain and relief and hope all tangled together. Will I be able to see him? Theo asked Bones. In custody, I mean. If he's cooperative. We'll arrange supervised visits, Bones said, her voice gentler than usual. He's still your father, Theodore. We won't keep you apart unnecessarily. As the Aurors prepared to transport Corvus to the Ministry, the man turned back to Harry one last time. The Death Gate, he said. In case you were wondering, it's real. I found references to it in a dozen ancient texts. But here's what I learned too late, it's not meant to be opened. It's meant to be understood. Death isn't a door we can force open. It's a threshold we all cross in our own time. I know, Harry said. The cloak taught me that. Then you're wiser than I ever was. Corvus smiled sadly. Take care of my son, Lord Peverell. He's braver than he knows. Then he was gone, disapparating away with the Aurors. Dumbledore approached Harry, his expression unreadable. You came alone. Despite having tracking charms, despite knowing it was a trap. I had to. You could have died. But I didn't. Harry held up the cloak. Because I understood what the cloak really is. Not a tool for hiding. Not a weapon. A teacher. It's been preparing me for this since the day it arrived. Preparing you for what, exactly? For the choice. Harry looked at the cloak, at the silver-gray fabric that had become as familiar as his own skin. The same choice Ignotus Peverell made. Accept death as a companion, not an enemy. Use the cloak not to run from fate but to survive long enough to meet it on my own terms. And have you made that choice? I made it the moment I offered Corvus the cloak instead of destroying it or running away with it. I chose to use death's gift the way it was meant to be used, to teach, to heal, to show people the truth they're too afraid to see. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached his eyes. Your mother would be incredibly proud of you, Harry. As am I. They left Godric's Hollow together, Harry, Dumbledore, and Theo. As they walked past the ruins of the house where Harry's parents had died, Harry paused to look back. Do you ever wonder, he asked Dumbledore, if death chose the Peverell specifically? If it knew that one day, someone would finally understand the real lesson? I wonder many things, Harry. But I've learned that some questions don't have answers. Only understanding. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You've done something remarkable tonight. You faced a dark wizard at his most desperate and dangerous, and you defeated him not with power but with wisdom. That's a rare gift. I had help. Harry looked at Theo. None of this would have worked without you. Without you believing in me, trusting me, being willing to stand against your own father. We saved each other, Theo said simply. That's what friends do. They apparat back to Little Whinging. Theo would stay with Mrs. Fig until more permanent arrangements could be made, and Harry finally returned to number 4 Privet Drive as dawn was breaking. The house was quiet. The Dursleys were still asleep, probably. Harry climbed the stairs to his bedroom, laid the cloak on his desk, and collapsed onto his bed. He'd done it. Stopped Corvus, saved Theo, kept the cloak, and somehow managed not to die in the process. It should have felt triumphant. Instead, he just felt tired. A soft knock on his door made him look up. Aunt Petunia stood in the doorway, still in her dressing gown. "You came back," she said. "I said I would. How's your friend?" "Alive. Safe. His father's going to prison, but I think maybe they can heal. Given time." Petunia nodded slowly. Then, awkwardly, she approached the bed and sat on the edge. "I talked to Vernon. And Dudley. About everything. About how we've treated you." "Aunt Petunia, let me finish." She wouldn't meet his eyes. "We were wrong. All of us, but especially me. I let my fear and my jealousy of Lily turn into cruelty toward you. And that's unforgivable." "You're forgiving yourself right now," Harry pointed out gently. "I'm trying to apologize," she corrected. "Which I'm apparently terrible at. What I'm saying is, we'd like to try again. Do better. Be an actual family instead of jailers and prisoner." Harry stared at her. "Why now? Why after all these years?" "Because you came home." Petunia finally looked at him, and her eyes were wet. "You went into danger to save a friend, knowing you might die, and your first thought when you came back was that you'd kept your promise to return. You could have stayed in the magical world, could have asked that Dumbledore man to place you somewhere else, but you came back here. To us. This is my home," Harry said quietly. "It's not perfect, and it hasn't always been good, but it's mine. Then let us make it better." Petunia stood. "Starting with a proper birthday celebration. Day after tomorrow, you'll be 10 years old. We should mark it properly." She left before Harry could respond, closing the door softly behind her. Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling. The cloak rested on his desk, visible proof that magic was real, that he was part of something larger and stranger than the mundane world of Privet Drive. But this was real too. Family, complicated and messy and sometimes cruel, but trying. Choosing to try, which was its own kind of magic. He closed his eyes and slept without dreams. 2 days later, on December 23rd, Harry woke to the smell of breakfast cooking and the sound of Christmas music playing downstairs. He dressed and headed down to find the kitchen transformed, streamers hanging from the ceiling, a small cake on the counter with "Happy 10th Birthday Harry" written in green icing, and the Dursleys all gathered around the table. "Happy birthday, Harry," Aunt Petunia said, and she actually smiled. "Happy birthday," Vernon echoed gruffly. "Happy birthday," Dudley added, then pushed a wrapped present across the table. "I got you something. It's not much, but, yeah." Harry unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a book, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. "I asked Mrs. Fig what would be good," Dudley explained. "She said you liked learning about magic. So. Yeah. Thank you," Harry said, and meant it. They ate breakfast together, a proper family breakfast with bacon and eggs and toast. They talked about normal things, school, the weather, Dudley's latest video game obsession. No one mentioned magic or danger or dark wizards. It was, Harry thought, almost perfect. That afternoon, Mrs. Fig hosted a small party. Theo was there, looking better after a few days of proper food and sleep. Dumbledore appeared briefly with a gift, a pensieve, so Harry could store and review memories as he learned. Even Amelia Bones stopped by, bringing official paperwork confirming Harry's status as Lord Peverell and a grudging compliment about his unorthodox problem-solving methods. As the sun set and people began to leave, Harry found himself alone with Dumbledore in Mrs. Fig's garden. "What happens now?" Harry asked. "With Corvus, with Theo, with everything. Now." Dumbledore smiled. "Now you get to be 10 years old, Harry. You go to school, you make friends, you enjoy the peace you've earned. There will be other challenges, other threats, there always are. But for now, you're allowed to simply be a child. I don't feel like a child anymore. No. I don't suppose you do. Dumbledore looked at him seriously. You've faced things most adult wizards never encounter. You've made choices that would challenge people 3 times your age. And you've emerged from it all with your compassion and wisdom intact. That's remarkable, Harry. The cloak helped. The cloak showed you the path. You chose to walk it. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and conjured 2 chairs. They sat, watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. Tell me, Harry. Do you know what it means to be Master of Death? Not really. The stories say it's someone who possesses all 3 hallows. That's the legend. But the truth is more subtle. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The Master of Death is not someone who conquers death or escapes it. It's someone who accepts it. Who understands that death is not the enemy, merely the next great adventure. Like the 3rd brother. Exactly like the 3rd brother. He lived his life fully, knowing that death would come eventually. And when it did, he greeted it as an old friend. Dumbledore looked at Harry. You did something similar with Corvus. You showed him that his wife's death wasn't something to be defeated or undone. It was something to be accepted, honored, and eventually, released. So I'm the Master of Death now. You're learning to be. The title isn't about power or possession. It's about wisdom. About understanding that all things end, and that those endings give meaning to everything that comes before. Dumbledore stood. But that's enough philosophy for one birthday. Go enjoy your party, Harry. Be young while you still can. Harry went back inside, where Theo was engaged in an intense game of exploding snap with Mrs. Fig's part-Kneazle cat, and somehow losing. Your cat cheats, Theo accused as Harry approached. Mr. Tibbles is simply more strategic than you, Mrs. Fig said primly. They played games until late, laughing and talking and simply existing in the moment. It felt normal. Safe. Good. As Harry prepared to leave, Theo pulled him aside. I visited my father today, Theo said quietly. At the ministry holding cells. He's different. Calmer. More like I remember him from before Mum died. That's good. He asked me to thank you. Said you gave him something he'd lost years ago, hope. I just showed him the cloak. You showed him the truth, Theo corrected. That's harder and more important. And I. He hesitated. I wanted to say I'm sorry. For dragging you into my family's mess. For nearly getting you killed. You saved my life too, Harry reminded him. Multiple times. We're even. Still. Thank you. Theo held out his hand. Friends. Friends, Harry agreed, shaking it. He walked home through the quiet streets of Little Whinging, the cloak folded in his backpack, his mother's wand warm in his pocket. Above him, stars glittered in the winter sky, and for the first time since the cloak had arrived, Harry felt truly at peace. He'd faced death, not literally, but close enough. Had looked into its nature and chosen not to fear it or fight it, but to understand it. To accept it as part of life, part of magic, part of everything. The cloak had taught him well. When Harry reached number 4, he found the front door unlocked, Aunt Petunia's way of saying, "Welcome home," without actually saying it. Inside, a small pile of wrapped presents sat on the hallway table, and a note in Vernon's handwriting read, "For opening tomorrow. Birthday isn't quite over yet." Harry smiled and headed upstairs to his room. He laid the cloak on his desk, placed his mother's wand beside it, and sat on his bed with the fairy tale book open in his lap. He read The Tale of the Three Brothers one more time, understanding it now in a way he hadn't before. The first brother, arrogant with his elder wand, had died because he thought power made him invincible. The second brother, desperate with his resurrection stone, had died because he couldn't accept loss. But the third brother, wise with his invisibility cloak, had lived a long, full life because he understood the truth, death was not the enemy. Death was not something to be fought or feared or escaped. Death was simply the next step in the journey, to be met when the time was right, neither rushed toward nor run from. Harry closed the book and looked at the cloak on his desk. It seemed to glow softly in the moonlight streaming through his window, approving of his understanding. "Thank you," Harry whispered. "For choosing me. For teaching me. For helping me save Theo and his father. For everything." The cloak didn't answer, it never did, not in words. But Harry could swear he felt it anyway. "You're welcome, young master of death. You're welcome." He turned off the light and climbed into bed, pulling the blankets up to his chin. Tomorrow would be Christmas Eve. He'd spend it with the Dursleys, trying to build something better from the ashes of what had been. Then Hogwarts in September, where new adventures and new challenges would be waiting. But tonight, he was just Harry Potter. 10 years old. Alive. Safe. Home. And for tonight, that was more than enough. Outside his window, a raven watched from the telephone wire, but this time, it wasn't Corvus's spy. It was simply a bird, drawn by the strange magic that surrounded the boy with the deathly halo, curious about the child who befriended death itself. After a moment, the raven flew away into the night, carrying stories to tell in places where such stories mattered. And in his room, Harry Potter, Lord Peverell, Master of Death, and most importantly, just a boy trying his best, slept peacefully, wrapped in the knowledge that whatever came next, he would face it with wisdom, courage, and the understanding that all things, good and bad, eventually end. And that was okay. That was, in fact, exactly as it should be. Epilogue. Christmas morning dawned clear and cold. Harry woke to the smell of cinnamon rolls baking and the sound of Aunt Petunia singing, actually singing, in the kitchen. He dressed quickly and headed downstairs to find the living room transformed. A tree stood in the corner, decorated with lights and tinsel, and beneath it sat presents. Real presents, wrapped in colorful paper with his name on them. Vernon was reading the newspaper, but he looked up when Harry entered. "Morning, Harry. Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas," Harry replied, still slightly dazed. Dudley appeared from the kitchen carrying a plate of cinnamon rolls, carefully balanced. He'd lost some weight over the past few months, less time bullying, more time learning to actually do things for himself, and he looked healthier for it. "Mum says breakfast first, then presents," Dudley announced. They ate together, and it was strange and wonderful and almost normal. Aunt Petunia asked about Harry's plans for the day, Vernon made a joke that was actually funny, and Dudley shared his cinnamon roll without being asked. Small things. But small things mattered. After breakfast, they moved to the living room. Harry opened his presents, the book from Dudley, a warm jumper from Aunt Petunia, in Gryffindor colors, which she must have researched specifically, and from Vernon, a leather-bound journal, for writing down important things you learn. Harry opened the journal carefully and found a note inside in Vernon's handwriting. "Your father kept a journal too. Lily mentioned it once. Thought you might like to do the same. Not much, but it's something." "Thank you," Harry said, his voice thick. "All of you. Really?" "Yes, well." Vernon cleared his throat gruffly. "We're family. That means something, even when we're rubbish at showing it." The doorbell rang. Aunt Petunia answered it and returned with Mrs. Fig, Theo, and surprisingly, Dumbledore. "Hope we're not intruding," Mrs. Fig said. "But we thought Harry might like some company from his other world too." "Not intruding at all," Aunt Petunia said, and sounded like she meant it. "I'll make tea. Dudley, help me in the kitchen." While they were gone, Dumbledore produced a small package. "For you, Harry. A Christmas gift." Inside was a photograph, moving, magical, of Harry's parents. They stood in a garden, his mother holding a baby, him, presumably, his father's arm around her shoulders. They were laughing, waving at the camera, looking impossibly young and happy. "It's from their wedding day," Dumbledore said. I thought you should have it. Harry stared at the photo, watching his parents move, seeing his mother's smile, his father's proud expression. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. Your mother asked me to look after you if anything happened to her, Dumbledore said quietly. I haven't done the best job of it. But I promise you, Harry, I'll do better. We all will. They spent the morning together, two families, magical and mundane, coming together in a truce that felt like the beginning of something better. They played games, ate too much food, and laughed more than Harry could remember laughing in years. As the afternoon wore on and people began to leave, Harry found himself alone with Theo in the back garden. Father sent me a letter, Theo said. From the Ministry holding cells. He's been cooperating fully with the investigation, helping them shut down dark artifact trading rings, identifying other dangerous researchers. They're considering reducing his sentence. How do you feel about that? Complicated. Theo kicked at the frost-covered grass. I want him to pay for what he's done. But I want my father back. The real him, not the obsessed shell he became. Maybe you can have both, Harry suggested. Justice and forgiveness aren't mutually exclusive. When did you get so wise? Around the time a Deathly Hallow decided to adopt me. They laughed, and it felt good. Normal. Like they were just two kids instead of two people who'd faced dark wizards and cursed fires and impossible choices. What are you going to do? Theo asked. When you go to Hogwarts, I mean. You'll be 2 years behind everyone else in your year. Dumbledore's been tutoring me. I'll catch up. Harry pulled out the cloak, let it shimmer in the winter sunlight. Besides, I have an excellent study aid. No one will even know I'm in the library. That's cheating. That's strategic resource allocation. They grinned at each other, and Harry felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. He had a friend. A real friend, who knew the worst of him and chose to stay anyway. That was worth more than any Hallow. As the sun set on Christmas Day, Harry sat in his bedroom with the cloak spread across his lap, the photograph of his parents on his desk, and his mother's fairy tale book open beside him. He'd started his journey as a boy in a cupboard, unloved and unknown. He'd inherited a legendary artifact and discovered a world he'd never imagined. He'd faced dark wizards, ministry politics, and his own fears about what he was becoming. And he'd emerged from it all as something new, not just the boy who lived, not just Lord Peverell, but Harry Potter. A boy who understood that true strength came not from power or possession, but from wisdom, compassion, and the courage to choose kindness even when cruelty would be easier. The cloak whispered its approval, and Harry smiled. We're going to do great things together, he told it. Not conquering things or fighting things. Just, good things. Helping people. Making the world a little better. That's what you were meant for, wasn't it? Not hiding from death, but living fully despite it. Outside, snow began to fall, blanketing little Whinging in white. Inside number 4 Privet Drive, a family slept peacefully, imperfect, complicated, but trying. And in his bedroom, a 10-year-old boy with messy hair and green eyes sat wrapped in death's own gift, reading fairy tales and planning for a future that suddenly looked brighter than it ever had before. The story of the boy who lived had only just begun. And this time, he'd write it himself. Chapter 6 End Story End Final Word Count. Approximately across 6 chapters this novel explored Harry's journey from victim to victor, not through power, but through understanding. He learned that the Deathly Hallows, particularly the Invisibility Cloak, aren't about conquering death but accepting it. Through his interactions with Corvus Knott, Theo, and his own family, Harry grew from a scared child in a cupboard to someone who could face darkness with wisdom rather than force. The story balanced action, the ministry hearing, the infiltration of Knott Manor, the final confrontation, with character development, Harry's evolving relationship with the Dursleys, his friendship with Theo, his understanding of death itself. The antagonist, Corvus Knott, was sympathetic, a man destroyed by grief rather than inherently evil, which gave the story emotional depth beyond typical good versus evil narratives. Most importantly, Harry's victory came not from defeating Corvus in battle, but from teaching him the lesson the cloak had taught Harry: death is not the enemy. Acceptance, not conquest, is the path to peace.